All right, guys, what's up, team? All right, let me drink my coffee and wake up a little bit. Hold on. Yeah, SPY gapping up again today. I wouldn't really say it's a bull run, man. I mean, we still we're mostly sideways. What's up, Osbado, Manuel, Layla, Jasham, SD? All right, guys, let me get ready to put some music on. What's up, SD? All right, guys, we got jobless claims data released at 8:30. We also have challenger job cut data coming out at like 7. All right, yeah. So challenger job cut data drops at 7:30. ADP non-farm employment change drops at 8:15. All right, guys. So we had the JOLTS job report yesterday. We had the Fed minutes report. All right, y'all can't hear the music, can you? Will this data move markets? Yes. Uh, right now in this market, we kind of want like higher than expected jobless claims. Like we want the number to come in higher than expected. Right now, anything that evokes more spending is bad, and so people more jobs is bad. So higher jobless claims is better. At least that's kind of what we want. All right. Yeah. So we got jobless claims. Let me see if I've even ever covered the ADP employment change. Non-farm employment change is what it is. Let me see. I don't think I've ever covered this one. Let me put some music on. Hold on one second, guys. Let me know if you can hear the music. You should be able to. So this isn't really non-farm payrolls. This is the ADP non-farm employment change. All right, guys. So let me know if you can hear the music, but yeah, the market's moving up. But yeah, we got jobless claims, non-farm employment data coming out today, Challenger job cut data coming out today. A lot of stuff coming out. Music's good. All right. Yeah, so jobless claims numbers are expected to show up as 225,000. Non-farm employment numbers are expected to show up at 150,000. Um, Challenger job cuts don't have an expectational number, but last time they came in for December at 76.8. But yeah, today's the ADP non-farm employment change. All right, guys. So let's look at Tesla stock here. Here's the E-mini. It's 114s. All right, there we go. It should be good. Yeah, so basically, to give you the nuance of the market, sorry, we were kind of editing some stuff here. But yeah, to give you some nuance of the market, basically, anything that evokes more spending is bad. All right, so anything that causes more spending is negative right now, for sure. Like, not even arguable. Anything that evokes more spending is negative. Um, with that, higher jobless claims number is going to be interpreted as better because that means less people working and ultimately less people spending. That's kind of the nuance of the market. With that, we also have ADP employment numbers coming out today. So if you look at like the ADP employment numbers, they're expected to show up at 150K. ADP is a ADP is a performs payroll service for its clients. The ADP National Employment Report is a measure of the monthly change in non-farm private employment based on the payroll data of approximately 400,000 U.S. business clients. Uh, it's used as a predictor of the government's labor market report, basically. Stronger reading. So this will be interesting. Let me look something up here. So yeah, it's a measure of the monthly non-farm private employment based on the payroll data. All right, so yeah, so basically we want a lesser number here for non-farm employment change. We do not want more people working. The expectations here are for 150K new, non-farm employment numbers. That is not what we want. We want lower than this. Last time was 127. So if it came in at 150, then we're actually adding jobs, which is not really what we want. We want lesser jobs. We don't want it. Let me rephrase this. I don't necessarily want it. The market wants that, you know. Hey, what's up, Beach? Yes, correct, Mo. 100%. Anything that evokes more spending is bad, brother. You know. So anything that means more spending is bad. Let's do a poll. Evokes more spending is bad, brother. Yeah. We also have import-export prices. Jobless claims and non-farm data come in better or worse than expected. Better. Worse are the two options we're going to do. Vote in the poll. Let me know what you guys think. Ugh, man. Oh, man. I got to wake up, man. I'm trying to wake up. But yeah, let me know if you think it's going to come in better or worse. I don't know. I hope it comes in better, but we'll see. Tesla moving up a little bit. Let's put the volume weighted average price here. We had a great viewership show up for our Fed minutes report yesterday. SPY is slightly green. We might actually buy the dip when we can in a couple minutes. Just remember, taking any big size positions ahead of this stuff is pretty sketch. All right, guys. So yeah, so we got some other stuff. Let me 18. All right, guys. So All right, team. So sorry, I'm building some stuff here with my keywords, but yeah, markets push it up a little bit. I might after yesterday, I'm gonna stop saying popping as much. Was that Christmas music that was just playing? Let me change this. There we go. Hey, what's up, Johnny? What's up, Shank? What's up? Will crypto dump if numbers come in lower? A little bit, probably. You know. Like, we don't know if it's gonna really dump, but it's gonna drop some at least, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, anything that evokes more spending is bad. There we go. All right, I fixed it. But yeah, anything that evokes more spending is going to be seen as a negative right now for sure. So anything that causes more spending is bad. What's up, Edwin Ham? What's crypto at right now? Did Bitcoin ever break 17K? No, it's up 16.8 thousand right now. So it still hasn't broken it. Just trying. Hey, what's up, Mo? Thank you, man. Yeah, 16.8K. This NASDAQ 100 is at 11K. Yeah, let me put up my Twitter. I'm supposed to be getting my blue check mark sometime soon on Twitter. How long does that take? Still no check mark for me. Up to 7 days for a human review. For everybody on Twitter, how long did the Twitter blue verification take? All right, Google up, Disney up. Red days yesterday, but Disney back up to 92 here, man. Honestly, you love to see it. Shout out to everybody who called my trades bad, man. Like, nobody ever listens, dude. Like, people get so emotionally wrapped up in bearishness that they're short-sighted with things. You know, it's like people get so wrapped up in bearishness that they're short-sighted with things. You know, like I scaled into Disney. I ended up getting like an $87, $88 average. Disney's now at 92. You know, and it's like people just lose sight of. They end up arguing against companies that are just behemoth companies that are not going to fail. Everybody thinks it's all doom and gloom, that the market's going to crash. Everybody wants to be the next Michael Burry, but like, you know, everybody wants to make fun of me and call me a clown whenever Disney drops. But when Disney bounces up over $4 past where my average was, it's just kind of crickets, about that trade, huh? And it feels good, man. Listen, I told you guys, I make so much money on Disney, it's not even funny. Like, Disney, you just got to be patient with it. Like, you can't hold it for 2 weeks and then get emotional and cut it because you're down. Like, and again, I'm not telling anybody to do anything, really. Like, I'm really not telling anybody to do anything. But the huge edge you get in blue chips, like, ignore penny stocks. Like, you're going to get wrapped up in penny stocks and lose money. You're going to join some community of penny stock, like about one specific penny stock, and then pat each other on the back while it's losing 80% a year, and then justify it somehow in your head. Don't do that. Like, don't do that, guys. Like, instead, and I'm sure some of y'all feel personally attacked. I'm not trying to. I'm being honest. Don't do that. Instead, look for blue chip companies, wait for them to drop really, really big, and then just sit on those blue chip companies. You will make just as big percentages very quickly in those companies. Within a month or two, generally, you're going to make your money back. Not always. Sometimes the market's just going to keep tanking. And if that's the case, you got to sit on it for longer. But the point is, like, blue chips, the longer you sit on it, the more likely you are to make money. Penny stocks, it's flipped. Penny stocks, the longer you sit on them, the less likely it is you make money. But yeah, here's Disney right now. We can put this one up. Here's the 10-day chart of Disney. We're averaging in down here. You love to see it. But it's understandable to be bearish at the moment. Well, it depends on how bearish you are. I think that, and again, this is something that I've been saying for a long time now. Okay. Like, it's all based off of where you're looking at it from. On a very long-term perspective, the market's going to go up. Here's the SPY over the last 20 years. Market's going to go up long-term, And so, like, trying to predict when this is going to happen. Here's where a lot of people get wrong. Everybody wants to be Michael Burry. Everybody wants to predict when this right here is going to happen. Let me actually draw it. Everybody wants to predict when this right here is going to happen. But what they miss out on is this. Like, the market goes up. S&P 500 does 8 to 12% a year. Like, one of the distinct edges that you're going to have is being able to sit in them long-term and make money. But for whatever reason, nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to put all their money into something like this happening, and it's very difficult to predict. The likelihood that you're going to hit that is very low. And I think, even if we look at the market over the last year here, this is the last year, basically. All right here is the last year, Even if we look at the market in that regard, most of the time, like, I think if you look at it, a lot of people are going to consider us extended on the downside now. I think we're probably a little extended on the downside now. We've been dropping for a year plus. We're not just going to crash forever. Everybody wants the market to crash because a lot of people are betting on the downside, but I think you got to really look at it objectively. It's like, I get people that come into the stream all the time and they try to act like they know exactly what the market's going to do. Nobody does. But if you base it off of extension and long-term health, then you're usually going to make money. So I guess the overarching point I'm trying to make is, don't try to be Michael Burry. You can bet on the short side, but, like, betting that we're going to do some, catastrophic crash short term is a very difficult bet to be right on. And even if you're right, it's not going to be a plus EV play. Is the best way to put it. What's up, Ahmed? What's up, RC? Yeah, and to be fair, I cut my Disney trade at like 90 something, like 91 or something like that. I can't remember where I cut it. I cut my Disney and my Google trade, made money. So it's like, and y'all forgive me, I'm not trying to kind of harp about this. It's just really funny because it's like just a week ago, I had somebody like comment being like, "You're a clown, bro. You bought Disney, ha ha ha," like when Disney was falling, and now it's like crickets, And it's like you got to look at extension. That's the only thing I can really say. Took a couple days for my blue check mark. Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm sorry, but I see no way that the S&P 500 isn't going below 3,500. But I see your point. Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe it does, man. But I mean, I think just that logic is flawed. I think just the logic. I mean, 3,500 is right here. So you're basically saying that we're going to break the lows of the last year. What's your justification for that? I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm really not. So don't act like I'm like, no, it's not. It could happen. But like, what's your justification for that belief that it has to hit that it's going to do it no matter what? What's your justification for that idea? Um, Genuine question, not trying to hate on you or anything, just genuine question. Yeah, maybe Mads, but like technicals can only get you so far, Mads. You know what I mean? They really can. Yeah, you could short the market, Raphael. You got to be creative with it. You could buy up a inverse ETF of some sort. There's a lot of inverse ETFs. Like, look, here's the Q, broad market ETF, similar to the SPY, right? A little bit more tech heavy, but similar to the SPY, right? Here's the SQQQ. It's the exact opposite of that. And so the Q goes down, the SQ goes up, brother. So you want to short the market, you buy the SQQQ, Yeah. Downtrend channel. Yeah, I mean, listen, we could all have theses on why we think the market's going to go down. But like, I guess my point in all of it is that like long-term price action of the market is going to go up, regardless of whether y'all are right about that. And listen, this is coming from somebody like I've been trading for over 6 years now. So it's like I've seen so many people come and go and be like, I know exactly what the market's going to do. I know exactly what the market's going to do. Very rarely are they right. I just see high inflation with poor economic performance and probably sustained high interest rates, which is like triple hell. But do I know the bottom? No. Yeah, I can respect that. Yeah, but just to go back to the downtrend channel comment, and maybe you're right, Trader Revolution. Like, it's all good, brother. Like I said, we're just, like, I'm not your enemy, guys. Anybody at home, I'm not your enemy just because, I'm not for sure that the market's going to crash. It might. Like, I can see the downtrend, but the thing about this is, like, eventually these downtrends are going to break, So, like, yeah, really obvious downward trend on the daily chart. I talked about this before. There's different levels to it. You can zoom out. They always say when in doubt, zoom out. And just to put that into perspective, what I'm talking about here. When you zoom really out, we're obviously on a, long-term upward trend here. You zoom in a little bit more, you look at a yearly chart, we're obviously in a downward trend here, like we just showed you. You zoom in a little bit more, you look at the last 6 months. We're sideways. We're completely sideways. We're big range, but completely sideways. Maybe a little bit downward trending, but pretty sideways. You zoom in even more. Let's see. We're slightly down, I believe, here. Yeah, we're slightly down here. So a slight downtrend. We zoom even more. And we are slightly down there as well. But I think we got to look at extension. But yeah, SQQQ, you can short stuff. Not sure about everyone else, but I'm grateful to be a part of this stream. It's nice to be a part of the community of traders. John is humble and it helps to see his highs and lows. Thanks. Hey, thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, man, our trading has been really profitable, to be honest, lately, man. Like we have had like 7 or 8 green days in a row, which kind of shows you the variance that happens with trading overall. You know what I mean? You know, and to put it into perspective, like we are winning on 73% of the days. Like we had to start a new month. We are winning 73% of the time out of 11 days. You know. Hey, what's up, DS? All digital stocks moving. What's up, Martin? Disney, how much uptrend? How much upside is left? I honestly, I still think Disney's got a lot of upside. I think when you look at it on a daily chart here. Yeah, I think Disney's still got a lot of upward trend left. Here's a daily chart. We're still pretty down on Disney relative to where we were. You know? Hey, what's up, Leslie? The guy that said you are a clown for buying Disney, he is the clown, to be honest. They really are. Like I said, most of the time, people like that, though, to be completely honest, like, I see it happen a lot. Most of the time, people like that are just people who I've banned from the channel, right? So it's like I've banned a lot of people. Some of them, most of the time, the real big haters here are haters who really wanted to work with the channel, but they had like some type of like toxic quality that I just didn't want them associated with my community, right? So like maybe they really pushed people to buy really sketchy penny stocks, you know, where they really pushed course content or like guru content from somebody else, or like they really did one thing where I was just kind of like they pressured people to buy penny stocks. They, you know, like you know, they got drunk and they, you know, insulted traders and they made fun of traders, you know, and like all this stuff. Like a lot of the time the people who act like that are people who I've just banned previously for whatever reason, and now it's like instead of just kind of leaving and doing something else, they're just so bitter about it that they stick around and turn into trolls or haters, you know. Here, I gotta change this music, man. This music feels like I walked into Abercrombie in the 90s. uh Oh yeah, we got lovers for sure. I think markets recover because the paradigms of most traders and financial institutions is still a dovish Fed. I think yesterday's FOMC minutes meeting were a shock. I don't know if it was a shock. I mean, I don't even think we dropped that much from it. I think we were pretty neutral from it. I mean, we definitely are red now. Yeah, there's so many big names, and this is kind of my yeah, I'm a growth guy too, Mr. Rich. I mean, I think that the easiest money in the market is for this type of stuff. You know, I still might buy Google here. Google very low PE. I might add a little bit more to Google. Um, yeah, for sure, 100%. You know, I'm a growth person too. I just think that so much stuff has gotten beat up over the last year that even if we do drop more, I think a lot of it is still objectively cheap and profitable. You know. Everything will be red today. Whew, I don't know. All good, TJ. What's up, ST? I don't know how to pronounce that name. Sten? I'm just going to say that. Wishing you and yours a healthy and prosperous new year, my friend. Hey, thank you, Richard. Hey, thank you, bro. You as well, man. Any good picks today? I don't really do picks, man. You know, I have no idea what anything's going to do. Yeah, I'm looking at Dahmer. Dahmer Hamlin's. They say he's doing a little bit better. Hopefully he is, man. All right, guys. So Tesla pulling back a little bit. Disney's still down there. I guess the question is, do I buy Google here? All right, so last month, BBC reported that GOSH, a research hospital in the UK, base edited the genome of a 12-year-old suffering from leukemia. This is all quoting Kathy Woods here. She had failed dozens of therapies and had no more options. 7 months later, she is cancer-free. Not many investors know about it. See, I hope it's the case. Yeah, so apparently something about base editing, getting rid of cancer. Kathy Woods says, also, quote Kathy Woods, in our view, the U.S. equities market today, and this is quoting Kathy Woods, are 180 degrees away from those in the tech and telecom bubble in the late 90s. Unlike the case then, the tech are ready and the costs are low enough for prime time. Investors chased the dream then, now they are running away. Wait, so let me reread this. U.S. equities markets today are 180 degrees away. So this is the analogy. So does this mean like 180 days of gray? Does this mean that they are opposites from those in the tech and telecom bubble in the late 90s? You know, if you don't understand what she's referencing here, in the late 90s, really in the early 2000s, like in the late 90s, early 2000s, you know, in the late 90s, you had the dot-com boom where like anything with a dot-com address went crazy and got, you know, $1 million+ valuations and all this craziness. And then it all came crumbling down in like 01, right? In 2001, you had what's called the tech bubble burst. And, you know, a lot of these internet companies just disappeared overnight. You know, a lot of these internet bubbles just kind of, or a lot of these internet companies just went away. They just didn't survive it. So that's it. So it was one of the big crashes of the market over the last 30 years. Yeah, I don't know if it was the best time to be alive. I think it was probably nostalgic for us, you know, or at least for me, it was super nostalgic. Yeah, that's the only problem is like big med doesn't really want that type of thing to happen, you know. Back then, retail investors were running for the hills. Yeah, well, a lot of people. I've talked about this analogy before. One of the guys I follow on Twitter, his name is Mark Andreessen, right? He is actually the founder of Netscape, which was one of the first browser companies. You know, if you know like Chrome and Internet Explorer and Safari, these are all what's called browsers, right? But back in the 90s, people didn't really understand how to use them like this. They didn't really understand that browsers could be something big, right? And so he came out with one of the first browser companies from this. And yeah, y'all do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And it was called Netscape. And, you know, he had a lot of people tell him that he shouldn't go live, he shouldn't go public, you know. And so what happened was like, you know, a lot of people were like, yo, you shouldn't go public, don't go public, you shouldn't go public. And he went public with Netscape. You know, he did their IPO. He went public, and they were the most successful IPO in history at the time for Netscape. And this was in the 90s, right? And so that kind of changed the standard of like whether companies chose to IPO before they were really profitable, because the big controversy in the 90s was that, you know, you can't IPO before you're actually profitable. You know, that was the big controversy. And so with that in mind, it kind of changed the standard of IPOing back then, where companies, specifically tech companies, even though they might be pre-profits, would IPO. And again, Netscape was wildly successful for it at the time, you know, because and that kind of sparked this boom where all these internet companies IPO'd and they all got $1 million+ valuations, as I was saying before. You know, eventually Netscape ended up going away because Microsoft, I believe, wanted to partner with Netscape, and Netscape was like, no. And understandably so, Netscape was a little bit short-sighted in that they didn't really see the benefit of partnering with Microsoft. In their mind, they had browser dominance, and so they didn't end up partnering with Microsoft. And it turned out to be a grave mistake for Netscape, because what Microsoft then did was Microsoft then started offering their own browser. And if anybody's my age here, you'll know this. You'll know this browser. They started offering Internet Explorer for free with the computers that Microsoft was on. And so instead of having to pay for Netscape, people just got Internet Explorer for free. And the main browser that people use immediately went from Netscape to Internet Explorer and Microsoft. And within a year, Netscape sold itself to American Online for just a couple million, much worse than it was initially valued during the IPO. And so it kind of Netflix did a very similar thing with Blockbuster. You know, Blockbuster missed out the same thing with partnering with Netflix, and you know, eventually, you know what happened to Blockbuster. So, but yeah, so eventually in 01, everything came crashing down. And but yeah, companies used to just be able to IPO usually from the standard set by Netscape and just get these huge valuations. Eventually they came crashing down though. And only a few companies from that boom are still okay. Like Amazon was one of them. Pets.com, I believe, was one of them. Maybe not. I know there was a few different ones that just went out of business. There's a lot of good documentaries on it, so you guys should watch it. All right, guys, so we're starting to move up in the SPY. Look at the SPY pump here. So the SPY is moving up some here. Java programming language was invented by Netscape. Yeah, for sure. I never learned Java. I was never a Java. I was JavaScript, which is completely different. I'm mostly React Native, JavaScript, Python too, a little bit of Python. Yeah, you've got mail. Hey, nice, Ricky. Yeah, AOL was great, man. I remember. You've got mail, you know. Welcome. I liked AOL, bro. That was my first introduction to the internet, is AOL, bro. I used to go in those AOL chat rooms and be like, hey, guys, what's up, team? I don't think I said what's up team. I said, hey, 12, male, Louisiana. What's up? What about you? Person would be like, yeah, I'm 13, female. Probably some 40-year-old guy named Bubba sitting there talking to me on the internet in the 90s. SPY pulled it back a little bit. We're at 384.50s right now. Let's see if we actually hold. Testing some of these levels here. You can see my levels are actually still accurate from yesterday too. Look at this. So we went right up to this level. I didn't even draw this level today. I drew that yesterday, but we tapped it. Coming back down some. Disney still moving up a little bit. Tesla still trying here. We're going to put like the 200 EMA on Tesla up. All right, guys. So, yeah, we got non-farm data. I still have an AOL email. Oh, man. I don't. AOL was fun, though, man. I always liked AOL. Yeah, Yahoo Chat AIM was Yahoo Chat, I believe, right? If I remember correctly. It's been a while. Like I said, I grew up in that day, though. That was like my age. Hey, what's up, Jeanette? I get a little dip here. We could probably trade some now. I might buy this. Just to buy some stuff here. See if we get filled. Nothing yet. All right, there's one. There's two. We got 50 shares. Yeah, I know AOL exists as a web browser, but I don't know anybody that actually uses it. All right, so we bought this dip, and it keeps on dipping here. I still kind of like this, though, Like, I like the pullback. We're pulling back to the previous closing price. We might add a little bit more to this, try to get a little bit better entry here. All right, 75 shares. We're not going to add more to that. We'll see what happens here. Watching Tesla bounce. I don't know if I ever used Excite Chat. I just was on the AOL chat rooms, man. They had chat rooms for everything. All right, so we are in the SPY here, 75 shares. Today we're going to try to trade the regular E-mini. So we're going to try to trade the regular E-mini today. We'll see if it goes well. All right, guys. So, yeah, we are down a little bit under 20 bucks here. All right, so again, we bought 75 shares. We could add a little bit more. Disney still pump it up. All right, starting to bounce back. We're right at the VWAP, right at 384s. I'm using Thinkorswim right here. Oh, nice, man. That's cool. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I had, man. Like, I had AIM. Like, I used to go to school and come back and, like, talk to all these people, like, girls in my room and all this stuff on, like, AIM. On internet, on AIM. What was the abbreviation AIM for? Was it AOL Instant Messenger? Yeah, so I used the AOL Instant Messenger. This was like the first messenger that people really used. Like before Facebook Messenger and all that stuff, we had AIM, you know? Bro, I'm still waiting for my blue freaking check mark on Twitter. Give me a follow on Twitter at Beginner Trades. Give me a follow on Twitter. We're going to do a poll today like we always do. All right, so we're going to do a poll on Twitter. If you haven't already, check us out. All right, guys. So, yeah, bull, bear. Hit that like button here if you haven't already. We appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Go. All right, we're going to make this poll last, what, 3 hours? That'll be good. All right, vote on the poll right now at Beginner Trades. All right, guys, so we're pretty much break even here. I could add a little bit more. I think I will. No, we're going to go ahead and get in a little bit more here. All right, we got 100 shares now. Basically break even on this. Let's see if we get a little bounce right now. Give it time. 100 shares of the SPY. HKD, big moves. Yeah, HKD's ripping up. Just such a rough looking daily chart, man. 20-day chart looks pretty bad too. It's still red on the last 20 days, even with this big upward movement today. Yeah, HKD's rough. You know, maybe it has some news. I just, once we had that sketchiness at 2000 or whatever it was, I just don't trust this thing. Oh, we also have Walgreens earnings today. So Walgreens did drop their earnings today. I forgot about this one. Here's Walgreens. Looks like they came in worse than expected here. There's the Walgreens earnings. Looks like came in worse than expected. All right, we'll see if we could pop up. All right. All right, dipping down a little bit. We break under the VWAP in 384. We'll cut this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see if you're right, Elia. I'll make a mental note. If we come in lower than expected, maybe indeed Jobs is a little foresight into what we might show up. Not a bad little idea, though. All right, guys, we're right at 384. We bought a little dip on the spot, but yeah, Walgreens did come out with their numbers here, and it looks like their numbers came in higher than expected for EPS. Revenue came in higher than expected as well. They raised their sale guidance too, but for whatever reason, Walgreens is dropping. This is why earnings don't make sense sometimes. Sometimes you can do better than expected EPS, better than expected sales revenue, better guidance, raise guidance, and still drop. You know, it's kind of sketchy. Hey, y'all, give me a follow on Twitter here, guys. Here's my Twitter link right here. Vote on the poll we just did. Again, we just did a poll asking people whether you're bullish or bearish. Let's look at our poll here. We did this poll too. We got about 224 votes. What jobless claims and non-farm data come in better or worse than expected? 52% say better, 48% say worse. There's my Twitter handle. Data comes out at 8:30. We're going to put a timer up as well. We got a lot of stuff, to be honest, here too. Got challenger job cuts, which might be dropping right now. Let me make sure. In 20 minutes, we got challenger job cut data. In 20 minutes, it's 7:30. But the real data drops at 8:30. So it is 7:10 right now. So we got about an hour and 18 and a half minutes. Yeah, that's right. All right, so there's the timer at the top of the screen. Try to put it somewhere where it's not going to influence the chart. All right, so here's the SPY. Again, we're at 100 shares. We're trying to be patient with that. Whoa, I didn't click that. There we go. Yeah, it's all good. It's Eastern Standard Time. It's about an hour and 20 minutes until the data comes out. I mean, don't get me wrong. We do have some data dropping right now. So we have Challenger job cut data for December coming out in 19 minutes. Challenger job cuts released by Challenger, Gray, and Christmas monthly provide info on the number of announced corporate layoffs by industry and region. The report is an indicator used by investors to determine the strength of the labor market. Lower than expected should be taken as positive. Higher as expected should be taken as negative. So we want higher than expected right now for sure. We want more job cuts than initially anticipated if you want to see the market go up, that is. Again, I'm not saying I agree with it or anything like that. I'm not saying I agree with it, but like that's kind of what we're getting, you know. So wait. How do I place my orders here? What? Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 minute candle. All right, guys. So we are bouncing up a little bit. We're kind of flat right here. So whatever happened to why is everything frozen? All right, Top Step, we're logged in. All right, guys. So we're still kind of break even here. We want to see if the SPY pops up. Is anybody that uses Quant Tower, do y'all understand? I'm trying to figure out how to show my order here. It's very strange. Chart. Okay, we're gonna get rid of these templates. There we go. All right, so yeah, so I'm trying to practice. In the regular E-mini. Let me cut this. All right, guys, so let's see if the market bounces here. We got a little bit of time for the market to bounce. We do have challenger job cuts at about 14 minutes. 14 minutes. What's up, Kieran? What's up, David? Yeah, so I'm looking up earnings. We got some big earnings coming out. Today, we don't really have anything big. Today, we had like Walgreens, Constellation Brands. Walgreens came in better than expected. Still missed, though, which is very interesting. We got Disney up here. We can look at Disney right now. Disney's still kind of creeping up a little bit in pre-market. Nothing really big today. Nothing really this evening either in terms of earnings. Tomorrow, nothing. Monday of next week, we got like Tilray. Nothing else big, to be honest. All right, we are starting to get that pop that we wanted in the SPY here. Nice green action. And we will sell a little piece there, hold 50 shares left, let the bounce happen. We watched the pullback to the volume weighted average price in 384. Still moving up there. You know, we'll take another little piece off here, just lock in some more, and then hold the last little 25 shares. But yeah, next week we don't really have anything big either. Tuesday, Bed Bath & Beyond, Tuesday morning. So BBBY earnings Tuesday morning next week. Nothing else really big, though, in terms of earnings. Wednesday, nothing. Thursday, nothing. The Monday after that. So the Monday after that, on the 17th, so, you know, in about 12 days, about 2 weeks, we got Goldman Sachs Tuesday morning. I don't know why Monday's not locking in. Is the market closed? Is the market closed Monday the 15th or Monday the 16th? What is Monday, January 16th? Is the market closed? Oh, Martin Luther King Day. Okay, got you. All right, so yeah, Monday the 16th is Martin Luther King Day. Yeah, Tilray's the cannabis stock. Again, I just don't trust it though. I don't trust any cannabis stock. I've talked about it before. I'll talk about it again if you guys want me to. Um, but the problem with like cannabis stocks is like there's just too much. They have too many opponents. You know, there's too many people like rooting against cannabis legalization. You know, people like there's people rooting against it that most people don't realize, right? Like a lot of lobbyists against it. Pharmaceutical industry is completely against it, which should honestly show you some stuff. But like pharmaceutical industry completely against cannabis legalization. Um, you know, private prison industry and law enforcement almost universally completely against cannabis legalization, which is just a conflict of interest. Like, oh, y'all want to keep locking people up to make money from it? Great. But like there needs to be an even standard of legalization, but I don't think it happens anytime soon. You know, I think it's going to go statewide. It's not going to go federal for a long time, unfortunately. But yeah, starting on Tuesday the 17th, we got some big earnings coming out. We've got Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Tuesday the 17th, you know, that morning, right? Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Tuesday the 17th. That evening, we've got like Interactive Brokers, Hancock Whitney, Fulton, Progress Software, Loop Industries, Pinnacle Financial. Not really anything I'm going to cover personally here, but relevant still. Wednesday of that week, Wednesday morning, we've got Charles Schwab, we've got Infosys Tech, Columbia, and then that evening we got UAL, Alcoa, First Horizon, Wintrust, Kaiser, and a few other places. Nothing really I'm going to cover here. We're really going to start covering this data on the 19th of this month, right? On the 19th of this month. On the 19th of this month, we got American Airline, Domino's Pizza in the morning, Mainstream Bank, Commerce, Comerica, Northern Trust, a bunch of bank stocks really. Monday the 19th or Thursday the 19th. Thursday evening is when I'm personally ready to trade, which is Netflix earnings. So we're going to be covering Netflix earnings. Then a lot of other stuff dropping too Thursday. Friday, nothing. Monday, the next week, we start off with a big week for earnings as well with Baker Hughes Monday. Monday evening, we got IBM, Logitech, Coca-Cola, Aaron's, a lot of other stuff. And then Tuesday, we get Johnson & Johnson, Verizon, GE, a lot of other stuff too. And then Tesla is Wednesday, I believe. We got Microsoft Wednesday. So Tuesday we have Microsoft. I'm sorry. So Tuesday we got Microsoft, Cap One, a lot of other stuff. We're still watching the SPY pump up here. Tesla is still, I mean, we'll take it. Honestly, my pre-market trading has been pretty solid, to be honest. My pre-market trading has been decent. And then Wednesday again we got Tesla, I believe, right? So Wednesday we got Tesla. I don't think they've confirmed it yet. But Boeing in the morning, Tesla in the evening for Wednesday. Thursday, Southwest, Nokia, Sherwin-Williams, Intel, a few other ones. And then we just kind of go big. We got SoFi. I always like evening earnings streams. Herbalife, terrible company. UPS, Uber, Pfizer, Spotify. And then, starting on the 31st, we got like Google, AMD, Airbnb. We're going to stream that for sure. Wednesday. The big week really starts Monday the 30th. Like we got Netflix and a few other earnings too. So that'll be interesting. And then we got the Fed meeting on the 1st too. So Wednesday Luckily, we don't have anything Wednesday because it's the Fed meeting. Oh no, we have Meta Wednesday. Phew. All right, guys. So SPY still pumping up. Yeah, so we're just kind of looking into the earnings for next month. Domino's is just bad. Every time I eat Domino's, I get sick. Papa John's is a little bit better. All right, guys. So yeah, we got about 6 minutes before the Challenger job cut data comes out. Tesla at 114.30s here. SPY still moving up. We've taken mostly profit on it. We're just going to let the rest ride. Tesla bouncing up a little bit too. SPY 390 today. Yeah, where's the SPY going to hit today? We're at 384s right now. We got 25 shares. We'll see if it keeps it up. Tesla bouncing. Disney still making moves up. We could look at like the dollar index here. We do have jobless claims data coming out. Challenger. We got non-farm data coming out too. So we got a lot of stuff coming out today. Be ready. All right, guys, still popping up here. The dollar index just bounced back up. Very choppy morning for the Dixie here. You can see the Dixie in the middle. Very sideways morning. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit. I'm questioning whether I should add a little bit more to this here. We're green on the day, small. Tesla's still pumping up a little bit. There's Tesla at 114s. Yeah, I don't know about Meta. We'll see, man. Yeah, it might be a dip. We'll see. I don't know that jobs data is going to be the way they want. I see more rates in my falls for some quick puts in the future. Hey, good luck, man. Yeah, we'll see. Let's look at our poll here. We did a poll for the jobless data. Let's see what we showed up as. All right, we only got 8 votes here. Y'all can do better than this. Vote on this poll. Vote on that poll. Let us know what you guys think. Should we wait on dips? Let's look what the actual. We still got an hour before the data comes out, guys, to put it into perspective. We're pretty split down the middle on our YouTube poll. We got about 300 votes here. 52% think better, 48% think worse. You know, so 52% better, 48% worse. Yeah, I mean, I could look at HKD, but again, I stopped trading stocks like this a long time ago. Even if it rips up huge percentages today, anybody that's holding it over the last 20 days is still only slightly break even now. You know, anybody holding it over the last 90 days is still very red, you know, which I think a lot of people got stuck in HKD here. You know, if you look at this, put it into perspective, a lot of people got stuck in HKD at 400 right here. And now they're just kind of sitting in it. So it might be pumping up. I just don't trust it at all. It looks good. I mean, it's ripping up big, good volume, you know, big percentage movement. But I just don't trust it. AMC back over fours, but man, AMC is just been getting crushed lately. How's that community doing? Anybody know? What is AMC earnings? Looks like early February is when the next AMC earnings are going to be. Oh no, March 7th. GameStop drops earnings. Oh, GameStop doesn't drop theirs until March. Where's GameStop at now? I haven't even heard about GameStop lately, man. GameStop has just been in a big downtrend. I guess following AMC to a certain extent. Apple, what's Apple doing? How's Apple been doing relative to the market here? Looks like it's been basically following the market. Apple, I think there could be some arguments for an Apple dip here. Dip buy. Apple right around the lows of the year. You know, pretty close. So I think if there was ever a time to buy a dip, now might be that time. Again, I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you buy Apple for a dip? What's the PE ratio of Apple? I don't know if I've looked at Apple PE like that. Let's see. I like to look at the trailing PE ratio. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to look at the last year's PE. I want to look at the trailing PE. You know, I don't care what it was, you know, a year ago. All right, so Apple PE here is 20. Apple PE is pretty low. Should I buy Apple here, guys, or what do you guys think? Yeah, Walgreens came out with earnings today. Do you recommend Walgreens? I don't really recommend anything. Yeah, I don't really recommend anything. I have no idea what anything's going to do. We're going to add just a little bit more here, 50 shares. Oh, we got Challenger job data that just dropped. Challenger job data just came out. 443.651 thousand, so 43,651. Job layoffs. Previous was 76, so less job layoffs than before. There is the Challenger data here. So less layoffs than before. I don't know if that's good or bad. I mean, I think that's probably bad. We want less people working right now in this economy, but I don't know. Constellation Brands also just dropped their numbers. Dixie's moving up some here. We'll see what happens there. Tesla, Apple, still trying. Here's Tesla. Again, we're going to try the regular E-mini today. No, Disney's a little bit too extended on the upside short term for me to buy it. You know, it's already almost up to $93. You know, so like Disney has had green, like 3 or 4 green days in a row. Just not quite my style here. We're going to cut a little bit more, take a little bit more off, up a little bit under $30 on this little longer term day trade on the day on the SPY here. Been kind of just riding this up. Yeah, it just depends on how long I'm planning on holding it, you know. Right, so we made some money on the SPY. We got less than an hour before the actual jobless claims data is. You can see it at the top left of the screen here. Tesla moving up, Apple moving up. I'll wait for the data to come out. We did have challenger job cuts, came in slightly or by a big margin less than what they came in last time, but there weren't really any expectational numbers for challenger job cuts. Year over year, they're at 129.1%. Last time they were at almost 500 or over 400%. So again, the next expectational numbers, ADP non-farm employment change for December is expected to show up at 150K. That's supposed to drop in 40 minutes. So that's actually coming out at 8:15 relative to jobless claims numbers that drop at 8:30. And so that's kind of what we got going on right now. We got ADP non-farm employment change data. Jobless claims drop at 8:30. All right, so still getting the pump up here in the SPY. Go ahead and lock a little bit more in here at the top. Wow, look at the pop. Took a little bit more off, 5 shares left. All right, we cut it. We made 30 something, not bad. Kind of finding an edge where we can. Yeah, Leslie, he does a good job for sure. All right, so we made our money on the little bounce here. Maybe get a buy and a little pullback. I don't know. Let's look at our Twitter poll. Did we get any more votes? Okay, we got some more votes. Most people are bearish on the jobless claims and non-farm employment change data dropping. So most people are bearish. We're getting a little dip here. I'm tempted to buy this. Apple's still pumping up too. Crude. Don't we have crude oil imports or something like that dropping today as well, right? Something like that. I don't know. Let's take a look. So yeah, today we've got jobless claims, import export prices. I'm pretty sure we got so much stuff dropping today, dude. We got jobless claims, import export prices, ADP non-farm employment change, challenger job cuts dropped already this morning. They came in lower. ADP non-farm payroll employment change, import export prices, jobless claims. Yesterday we had the Fed minutes. Tomorrow we've got unemployment. Tomorrow we do have unemployment data. And we have European CPI tomorrow too, which will be somewhat relevant to stuff too. So European CPI tomorrow, 9.7% expectations. That'll be interesting. Tomorrow we have non-farm payrolls and unemployment. So we got a lot of stuff coming out, guys. What's Bitcoin doing? Is Bitcoin doing well? Did Bitcoin ever break 10K or 17K? I was watching it. Bitcoin's still at 16.8. Bitcoin's trying, but you know what's a crazy reliable indicator for cryptocurrency movement? Candlestick momentum. Candlestick momentum is super reliable for Bitcoin movement. Apple's still pumping up. Spy's still pumping up. Like I said, I'm a little bit tempted to buy this. I guess we'll wait. I don't know if it's bullish or bearish. I mean, I guess it's going to be interpreted as bullish, but there weren't really any expectational numbers for Challenger job cut data, so there were no expectations there. Yeah, I mean, good or bad. Conventionally, it's good, but right now with inflationary markets, it's bad. So it's like, yeah, conventionally, low unemployment and less job cuts are good, but now that's not what it is at all. In fact, it's actually the opposite. All right, guys, market's pumping up. I'm a little bit tempted to buy this dip, though, here. I already made some money. I think I'll buy this short term. 5, 10, 15. We'll take 20 shares. Let's see if we get a little small pop back up. All right, so again, we bought 20 shares, pretty much break even here. Starting to get a dip in Tesla, dip in Apple, watching the dollar index. Part of me wants to buy Google too. All right, so we got a dip here. Again, I'm kind of considering adding more. Remember, at 8:15, we do have the non-farm data come out. So 8:15 non-farm data come out. All right, look at Apple pop here. Maybe we'll see if this bounces the market back up. So Apple just popped. All right, so Apple bounced it up. Let's see if it drags the market. It looks like we dipped a little bit more since I entered, though. Yeah, we're down slightly. 20 shares, though. It's just a little measly trade. Doesn't really mean much. We'll add a little bit more down here, I guess. One more. Try to help our average some there. See if we get a pop. Look at Tesla popping, Apple bouncing up a little bit, so that's good. Yeah, it's a weird thing, man. They stopped that game completely mid. And I understand why too. Like, it's a terrible injury. Like, that's very rare. Like, I'm for them pausing that game and letting them figure things out, man. I think if they would have kept playing that game, they would have just been kind of mentally hurt, you know. And so I'm for them stopping and reassessing later on. It's just a weird nuance because it's such a rarity that happens. It just doesn't happen that much, you know. And so it's interesting, but I hope Hamlin's all right. You know what I mean? I really do. What they should do with the game, though, I'm really not sure. I think it's I would understand both sides. I think they need to be as easy with everything as they can be, though. You know. All right, guys. Apple's still pumping up. Why did the data yesterday push the market at the end of the day? Well, the Fed minutes report, I guess people just interpret it as bearish. Did anybody see that? This thing switched from like said I was down much more. Here, we're gonna go ahead and cut this. Here, we're gonna go ahead and cut that, lock in the profit here. Yeah, the game wouldn't have been played well if they would have kept that going. You know, it is what it is. Like, I understand them stopping it. We're getting a little pullback and everything now. SPY, Tesla, Apple. What do you think about Kala? I just don't know enough about Kala. Market's starting to pull back pretty sizably now. Walgreens, yeah, Walgreens had earnings, but it's really interesting because It's really interesting because Walgreens did better than expected on everything and then still dropped pretty sizably here. Like, the drop was pretty substantial here. Look at Walgreens. You know, so like Walgreens earnings are already out. If you don't know already, here's the Walgreens earnings right here. They came in lower than or better than expected on everything. So it's really interesting that that they reacted negatively. Look at Walgreens and basically gapped down on good EPS, good guidance, good sales revenue. Strange. You know, so on everything, it had good data on everything and still dropped. So very strange. You can see here, Walgreens posted better than expected EPS, better than expected sales revenue. They showed Walgreens came in first quarter 23 adjusted EPS at 116 versus 114. So a slight beat on EPS, revenue of 33.4, beat the 32.84, raised sales guidance, still came in negative, still dropped from it here, which is just really strange. I mean, we'll see. Market's starting to turn here too. So we'll see what we get, but market's starting to turn the other way. Let's see if it drags Apple and everything else down with it. But stuff's starting to turn. Dixie wants to pop. Yeah, we'll see. Do you have a daily or monthly goal in the market? I mean, I do a little bit of everything. So I swing trade, I invest, I day trade. You know, and so with that, I don't really set myself like too big of goals. I just try to trade what makes me money. You know, I think giving yourself too many big goals kind of creates like this pressure that you don't really like. That's not really conducive to profits. Dixie wants to pop. Yeah, for sure. We'll see if it does. I mean, get the music playing here. I'm gonna just put my playlist here so I don't have to keep fixing the song. Hey John, would you be shorting if the jobs data came in lower than expected? It depends on which job data you're referencing. If you're talking about the employment change, if you're talking about the employment change, that's different than the jobless claims numbers. For jobless claims, we want to see it higher than expected. So we want to see the data come in higher than expected. That means less people working, right? So anything that causes less people working is better right now for the stock market activity. Again, I'm not saying it's good, but like generally speaking, that's kind of what it is right now. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Riff, you might not like it. The majority of people do like it. We can even ask people here, and I'm sure a lot of them would say, yeah, keep the music, you know. Market started to turn though. Market about to actually go green on the day. Yeah, I need the music. Yeah, most people like the music. Again, I probably get more compliments here on the music than anything else. You know, we might have like one person every week maybe complain about the music, maybe. So it's like, sorry guys, we're gonna keep the music. You know. I'm sorry, Riff. You know, like I said, man, you're always welcome to watch another stream if you want. You know, all good. Spy pulling back, Tesla dipping down, Apple pulling back. So 150,000 is what's expected for the Challenger, not Challenger, for the non-farm data. So non-farm data, which drops really, it drops at 8:15. So it drops in really about 15, 20 minutes. The Challenger job data drops. It is expected to show up. It is expected to show up at 150K. You know, but again, with with non-farm data, we want less payrolls, so we want lower than that. You know, with jobless claims numbers, we want higher than that. Again, I'm not saying we want it. Like, I don't personally want it myself. What I'm saying is like that evokes positive responses. You know, that's kind of stuff that is going to put out a good response in markets. Hey, thank you, Stans. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so you can see the SPY is bouncing right at 384s, right at 384. So we are bouncing right there. A humble opinion, inflation has nothing to do with the number of people working. You know, and while I respect that opinion, Biz, understand that the market thinks otherwise. Not even me. It's not like I want less people working, you know. I want people to be happy. But like in terms of interpretation of markets, less people working is going to be interpreted as better for inflationary markets, for sure. You know, that's been the normal response we've gotten for a while. Hey, thank you, Sammy. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Um, yeah, I don't know, Timber. I just think so many people like. I think so many. I see so many big YouTube channels telling people that the market's going to hit zero and that this big crash is coming. And I think these big influencers like really get their ego really, really big. And so again, I think they kind of turn into Michael Burry, where they want to be the next big short person that caused the big market crash, right? And so they're telling everybody, yeah, this is going to happen in hopes that it does, in hopes that they're right. The problem is that it's very difficult to predict a market crash, and I think that sways like so much. It's just so hard to predict that. That I think a lot of other people who watch those YouTubers are now kind of like regurgitating that back, saying, "Oh yeah, the market's gonna crash," and then you know what I mean. And I'm not saying that's you or anybody. I'm just saying like that's something I've seen a lot lately, and it's an interesting kind of aspect of the market recently, I guess. Um, Yeah, 35 minutes to go, really. We're in really about 20 minutes or 15 minutes. We get we get the non-farm data coming out. So the non-farm data comes out in about, 15, 20 minutes, 20 minutes to be exact. Yeah, we'll see if it pumps the market. I really don't know, honestly. I really don't know what it's gonna do. Fed speaks today. Which one? Which Fed? Market's bouncing up a little bit here, guys. So yeah, we got a couple minutes before the actual non-farm numbers come out. No, jobless claims is not in 5 minutes. Jobless claims data is not at it's not at 8 a.m. Jobless claims data comes out at 8:30. Non-farm data comes out at 8:15. So we still got time. You know what I mean? Uh, all right, so we're starting to bounce up a little bit. So Jerome needs to explain record profits. Can't find workers. All right, guys. So again, Tesla dipping down a little bit. You can kind of see the trend here on Tesla. And I think that's an interesting part of this. Like, here's the trend right now. Now we'll see if we break out of that trend or what happens here, but that's the trend. Tesla at 100. I don't know, man. I think Tesla's just gotten beat up over the last couple, really the last few months. Tesla's gotten just hit. And with that, I don't know if the extension's on the downside or not, but I know Tesla's dropped pretty big. It's lost a lot of value. All right, so we're still consolidating on the SPY right around the previous closing price. Remember, we got 15 minutes before the data goes. I don't know how high we're going to get from it. Nobody really knows. So, yeah, I really don't know how high we're going to get from the data or not. Kathy bought Tesla. Yeah. I mean, look at Apple start to pump up a little bit. The SPY still try to bounce over 384s. So it's got time, but Kathy return will be the worst. Yeah, Kathy, I just don't like her picks, man. I never have. Kathy seems to buy really like hyped up like stocks that just don't look that good. You know what I mean? Like Kathy buys up really hyped up stocks that I'm just not interested in. I just don't think that I don't think they're that good. I'm more of like a value person. So like I want to find cheap stocks. I'm not looking to buy up stocks when they're the most hyped up just because a bunch of people are patting her on the back for doing it. I just don't agree with that strategy. I think that okay, here's an example, right? You find one of these really high PE overpriced tech companies, right? If you ask some people like, hey, what do you guys think of this stock? And I'm not even going to be specific here. We're just going to use, we're going to be vague about it. But if you ask people, hey, what do you think about these really, what do you think about this stock? Most people are going to be like, yeah, the stock is great. The stock is great. But like, that doesn't mean it is. And that doesn't mean it's cheap, you know? Love you. Have a good day. But yeah, that doesn't mean the stock is cheap. That just means that there's a lot of people sitting on it, you know, like a lot of people are sitting on that stock, right? So yeah, they're going to say, oh, it's the best stock ever. It's the greatest stock. It doesn't mean it's cheap, you know? So like buying up these really expensive companies just because they're hyped up and they got a lot of people patting her on the back for it doesn't mean it's a good strategy. It's not a good strategy in my opinion. Like I'm looking, but again, at the same time, to be fair here, I look for cheap. Like I look for value, you know, and the stocks she's buying are not cheap. You know what I mean? So like that's, to be fair. All right, guys, we still got 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes before the non-farm employment change data drops. 10 minutes. So again, non-farm employment data comes out in 10 minutes. We'll see if it's good. Would it be better than expected jobless claims to be bullish or bearish? Well, define better, higher or worse. Higher jobless claims is going to be interpreted as better right now. Inflation's still high. Rate hikes are still there. So higher expected jobless claims numbers is going to be interpreted as positive and make the market go up most likely. Lower is worse. And then it's flipped for the non-farm data. So non-farm data, lower is better. Yeah, greed might have something to do with it, but greed causes inflation. You know, the reason we have inflation is because businesses raise prices because they can. Now, you could say that's not greed, but of course it is. And like, again, and it makes sense. I can't even get mad, you know, because for instance, if I'm selling bubble gum, you know, and the bubble gum is just flying off the shelf and you know what I mean? And every day at the end of the day, I'm out of bubble gum to sell, you know. What am I going to do, right? Am I going to keep the prices the same? Of course not. I'm going to raise prices. Why? Because I can, you know. So I can't even get mad at them for it. I mean, they're just taking advantage of the market. And I mean, that's an understandable thing, I think. Yeah, I'm definitely the top 3 bubblegum salesman in the world right now. My bubblegum is the top 3 bubblegum in the world right now, for sure. You know? Definitely top 3. Tesla down to 113. So we're starting to kind of test red levels here where we're looking a little bit more bearish. Hey, bud. Have a good day at school, man. Love you. What you doing, man?
I just want to watch.
What?
I want to watch.
You watching? All right. If we dig real deep, it's a fiat currency issue. Maybe it's the numerator that dictates value. Yeah, But you also have to understand, like for landowners and for homeowners, they're raising prices because their margins are worse right now too. You know, like what they were paying for food is way up. Um, and so in that regard, like they're raising prices because not just because they can, but because they need to a certain extent as well to keep up with the rising inflation and problems. You know. Yeah, SPY just went red on the day. Look at it, broke down under the previous close. So we are technically red on the market today. Apple's still very green. Tesla's still green. We got about 7 minutes before non-farm data comes out. About 7 minutes. Again, 7 minutes before non-farm data comes out. We'll see if it comes out good. Yeah, we swing trade here, man. We swing trade, we day trade, we invest. We do a little bit of everything here. But yeah, market's starting to pop up to test that previous closing price. All right, buddy. Hey, go on to school, okay? I love you. Here. Love you, man. All right. Go on to school, buddy. All right. Love you, bud. Have a good day, man. K? That's your response, K?
Okay.
Well, thank you, buddy. Hey, no. Hey, Here, I got too many cords right here, bro. Get that out of here, dude. Hey, stop. Hey, I got too many cords right here. Stop. Here, give me that sword, bro. Love you, man. That's my sword from Halloween. All right, bud. Hey, love you, man. Have a good day at school, bud.
Love you too, bye.
Bye-bye. Ugh. My son, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, a lot of stuff slashing jobs. Yeah, for sure. All right, so we popped up to that previous closing price and then rejected here. 10 minutes or 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes before. Yeah, I don't know about strong stocks. You know, again, vague question. No idea what anything's going to do. Grab the Dixie chart. All right, guys, be ready here, team. Again. Four minutes before the ADP non-farm employment change. 4 minutes. Four minutes, guys. Yeah, I'm not gonna ban them for just wondering stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna ban them randomly like that. All right, guys. ADP non-farm employment change drops in 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes, really, here. Let's see. Yeah, we got about a minute and a half, guys. Minute and a half before the ADP non-farm employment change data drops. Is my internet lagging here? No. All right, guys. ADP non-farm employment change drops in about a minute and a half, team. A minute and a half. We're going to hit that, put it in sub-only mode, guys. So if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. If you want to talk about this, see how it influences markets, hit the sub button. We did break 95,000 subs yesterday. So, hey, hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. And let's try to make some money today, guys. We'll see what the data shows up as here, team. Calls or puts, bull or bear, guys. Let me know what you guys think. All right, guys, here we go. Here's the data. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. All right, let's see how the market reacts to this, guys. Here's the non-farm data here, and it's showing up as 235, way higher. This is going to tank the market way higher than expected. Going to tank the market. 235 is what it showed up as. We covered this data quick. 235,000 is what it showed up as. Way worse than expected. Market is tanking down now. Big drops in market activity from this. 235 is what it showed up as. Way worse than expected. Tanking the market down right now, team. Huge drops in market activity. 235. We'll put this number up on screen. But, man, this data came in way worse than expected. 235 versus 150 expected here. We'll put this data up on screen. But, man, that's bad. Way worse than expected here. Big tanks and markets down to 382.60s here. Tesla dropping, Apple dropping. We might use this to pick up some discounts, preferably here, to be honest. So we might use this to pick up something. But yeah, 235,000 is what showed up. 235K. Market's starting to bounce up a little bit, but 235K. Remember, guys, in less than 15 minutes now, we have the jobless claims data coming out. In less than 15, we've got jobless data coming out. Market dipped a little bit, now finally pulling back some here, finally. Market's starting to bounce back up a little bit. We're at 280 or 383s right now. 383s. $383s. Just had to wait for my roommate to leave. Just got online. Hey, good luck, man. Hey, hummus is great. I love hummus, dude. All right, so again, we're bouncing up a little bit. Job numbers came in way worse than expected, though. Again, as I suggested here, more jobs is worse, and the market reacted negatively from it, just as we suggested here. 13 minutes, though, guys. 13 minutes. Market's starting to bounce back a little bit, but then rejecting at the previous closing price. But, man, way worse than expected data. Market's still pulling back at 383s now. 383s. Yeah, well, we closed green or red today, guys. Green or red. Again, we got 12 minutes before the jobless claims data comes out. 12 minutes here. We also have import-export prices dropping today as well. Not really any expectational numbers, but yeah, 235 versus 150 here. So just kind of a big, miss in terms of this data. But again, as I suggested here, higher is worse, lower is better. Yeah, I mean, Susan, it's probably the best move not to trade against, like, it's always, generally speaking, the better move not to wait and, like, take positions before this data is released, because nobody really knows, what kind of data we're going to get, nobody really knows what kind of data we're going to get. So it's just kind of one of those weird things where it's best to just not trade, ahead of this data. You can react to it. So, like, for instance, the data came in negative. You could short that little bounce there and attack that or something like that. But taking a huge position ahead of this data is usually the wrong move. Like, it's too random. It's not a plus EV long-term play. It's just too random, unfortunately. All right, guys. 10 minutes, team. 10 minutes. All right, guys. Still dipping down. Pretty weak looking here. Again, still looking pretty weak. SPY at under 383s here. Yeah, data comes out in 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes. Again, hit that sub button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. The weaker the better. Yeah, I mean, I use this time to add on dips, but like, we're not getting anything cheap enough yet. The market just went red on the day. You can see we got about 8 minutes left. You can see the timer in the top left. About 8 minutes left. I think we got crude oil imports. Yeah, so we got import-export trade balance data coming out today as well. Canadian import-export. We got services PMI dropping at 945. Crude oil inventories dropping at 11. So we got a lot of stuff coming out today. Import-export prices. We already had the non-farm data, which came in worse than expected for sure. Like, noticeably worse than expected, higher than expected. You can see the data right here on the screen. Yeah, y'all do me a favor. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. We appreciate it if you can. Kind of watching the market reaction here. Hit the sub button. Hit the notification bell. I mean, nothing bad's happening. I mean, the data just came in slightly higher. We just had more job openings, or we had more jobs than expected, which is, again, going to be interpreted as negative, as we see. Market's starting to turn. Tesla down. Again, 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes. All right, Apple bounced it up a little bit. Like I said, maybe I should buy some of these dips. 8 minutes for what data? Jobless claims data. Import-export prices data comes out at 8:30. So yeah, we got jobless claims and import-export data dropping again in about 6 minutes. Market started to bounce up. We didn't really have a huge reaction to the ADP non-farm employment change data. Not a huge reaction. Apple is kind of rebounding here. So Apple is kind of, still green on the day for Apple. And so we're starting to rebound a little bit in other stuff too. Like the SPY's consolidating in a range right now. Apple is at 127. So Tesla's still weak under the previous close at 113s. So market's still looking weak, red on the day now from this data, but jobless claims could make us pop right back up. It depends on what we show here. So jobless claims could cause us to move right back up, but and then really this is all leading into tomorrow, which is non-farm payroll data coming out. So non-farm payrolls, this is the ADP non-farm employment change, which is payroll related. And then tomorrow we have ADP non-farm payroll numbers coming out. So we got a lot of stuff happening. And then we got unemployment tomorrow as well. So tomorrow we got unemployment in the actual payroll numbers. So that's kind of what it is right now. All right, guys, less than 5 minutes. Green or red, vote on the poll right now. Let us know what you guys think. A little bit less than 1,000 people here. Pretty split down the middle. 52%, 51% think we're better than expected. We're going to come in better than expected. 48% say worse. Non-farm payrolls are just as the name suggests. Jobs, excluding farm jobs. Yeah, jobs excluding farms is basically what it is. So yeah, guys, 4 minutes. And just like you saw the non-farm data, we cover this data very quickly. Like as soon as it drops, we're the fastest channel in the land. So if you haven't yet, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Hit the like, guys. Yeah, guys. So again, about 3 minutes left. Slightly over 3 minutes here before the data comes out. You can see the timer in the top left. Apple still moving up here. Relative to everything else, Apple looks pretty strong right now. So maybe I should have bought that dip in Apple once the data came out. Again, though, it doesn't really mean much until the actual payroll data comes out. So it doesn't actually mean anything until the actual payroll data drops. So again, we got about 1,000 people here, less than 3 minutes. Look at the dollar index. Yeah, we can look at the Dixie. There's the dollar index now, moving up on that opening data. But again, non-farm data could change it. We'll see. It's the only reason I'm not taking any position based off of this. I would buy the dip maybe and take a longer term position if I needed to, but with jobless claims data coming out pretty soon, less than 3 minutes, it's just not worth it for me here. We'll wait and then maybe react to the data. Maybe not 100% though. Still, Tesla's still falling down some. So Tesla has been just a weak thing lately. All right, so here's non-farm data, guys. 2 minutes, a little bit less than 2 minutes actually. SPY currently ahead of it is at right around 283s, a little bit under 283s. All right, guys, minute and a half. Again, y'all do me a favor, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Also, guys, check out Top Step. Top Step funds traders. So one of the ways you can trade this big release, if you look at the SPY on the left and you look at the E-mini here, it's the same price action. Look, same big drop that we got from the non-farm data. And you can trade futures with no PDT, instant settlement. You can day trade, short them. Top Step's a funded account program. They give you a demo if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules. They fund you. They're the most legit futures funded account program in the world. It's an amazing test of your skill, and it's cheap. The base one's less than $150 a month. They are a sponsor of mine, but if you want to check them out, here's the link. Again, I am biased. They are a sponsor of mine. There's the link in chat. We got a minute left, guys. 1 minute. You can also find the link in the description. But yeah, here's the E-mini in the middle, the futures contract, basically, of the S&P 500 is what it is. And again, a lot of people trade like penny stocks because they don't really understand that you can get around the PDT rule in futures, and you don't have to trade penny stocks. You can day trade essentially the S&P 500 with no PDT. All right, guys, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Yeah, this should influence crypto, I would say, as well. I'm not 100% sure, though, but it should influence it some at least. All right, guys, 20 seconds. All right, remember, expectational numbers for jobless claims are 225. 225 is what's expected here. So anything over that is better. Anything lower than that is worse. All right, here's the data, guys. Jobless claims data came in at waiting for the jobless claims data, 225. Jobless claims data is running a little bit late today. Market's dropping, though, so it looks like it came in lower than expected. Looks like it was a lower than expected release. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, no jobless claims data is out on any of these. There it goes. Jobless claims came in at 204, so lower than expected at 204. The dollar index is pumping up as well. 204 is what they came in as versus 225 expected. So noticeably lower than expected jobless claims. Import exports came in at 64.37, 64.37. Getting a big downwick here. E-mini's pumping up some. All right, we're starting to pull back down a little bit. Market's starting to drop. Dollar index is moving up some, so the dollar index looks strong here. All right, there's the SPY still dropping here. We might take this opportunity to buy up some of this dip on like maybe Apple here. I think Apple's pretty cheap right now, so we'll look to maybe buy some on Apple. And every time I do this, people are going to be like, no, don't buy Apple, you know? But it's like, again, the distinct edge that you get in markets is that you can hold something long term. We're going to buy 50 shares of Apple there. There we go. See if the market bounces back up from it. Hey, thank you, Corbin. I told you guys, listen, I told you guys anything like jobless claims comes out once a week, just to put this into perspective. So jobless claims comes out once a week. Lately, higher is better, lower is worse. Higher is better, lower is worse. All right, lately. So again, I'm not saying I agree with that or I want that necessarily. I'm just telling you guys like what the market response is ultimately going to be. And again, we'll put this data up on screen. Non-farm employment data, or for the jobless claims data, 204 is what came in. Data right there, 204. Market's still turning here. Again, we did buy Apple 50 shares. We'll add some more to it too. if we need to. But our plan is just to hold this for months if we need to. Longer than that if we really have to. Yeah, and also I see a lot of people just now answering. Make sure y'all are on time on the stream, because it seems like a bunch of y'all are delayed. And so to put this into perspective here, make sure you click this button right here. Make sure you click the live button right there. That's going to make sure you're actually caught up on stream. You know, that's going to make sure you're caught up on stream. A lot of you guys are probably a little bit delayed, lagging behind the stream. Import exports came in too. Imports came in at 313 billion. Exports came in at 251. So we had more imports than exports, which is bad. Generally, not really what we want. You know. Yeah, all good. Yeah, it happens. Like I said, I try to tell you guys that so you guys can catch up because, you know, you'll get some people that are like, bro, you're so late with your reports. I don't know why anybody watches the stream. And it turns out like they're just lagging behind the stream, you know. And so it's like most, again, we might be a little bit late, but not much. All right, so we bought Apple. We usually report it within seconds. Market's starting to turn down. You need it on the dot? Well, you get it on the dot most of the time. Like a large majority of the time, it's literally as soon as it comes out, we cover it. So I mean, that's why people tune in. We cover it within, you know, a couple seconds. Fed's George, who's retiring, says that inflation requires the Fed action and will be key to hold rates up once hike in. Says that she has raised her forecast for rates. Yeah, thank you, SH. Yeah, the data comes very quickly. Anybody trying to act like we're slow with data is just trying to hate, to be honest. Like I said, thousands of people show up to this because we cover it very quickly, you know. We had the ADP data within a second, you know. Jobless claims took all sources, from my understanding, a while to show up. The only way you're going to get it faster than here is Bloomberg Terminal, which is 30 grand a year or something like that. So y'all be my guest there, but you know, we cover it fast. All right, guys, market's breaking lows. We might take this opportunity again to add a little bit to our Apple trade. Yeah, we might take this opportunity to add to a little bit to our Apple trade, not a ton. Maybe another 25 shares here. All right, so we're in 75 shares of Apple. All right, guys, market's still breaking lows. Yeah, they'll be all right. Hey, we appreciate the love, guys. But yeah, data came in at 204, lower than expected, which is, again, not what we want. You know, higher than expected is what you want right now with jobless data. Yeah. Are we going to tank? I don't know what we're going to do. The data was going to be interpreted as negative for sure. Higher or lower jobless claims numbers means more people working, which means more people spending, which means more inflation. That's kind of the nuance of it right now. And again, guys, if you haven't already, like I said, check out TopStep, man. TopStep, really useful service. They are a sponsor of mine, but like really cool service. Like, again, what they do is they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, and if you can pass their testing, they fund you. Regardless of whether you get funded, it really is like an amazing test of your trading skill. You know, it really is genuinely like a solid test of your trading skill. Regardless of whether you get funded or not, it's going to build you into a better trader most of the time. I'm sponsored by them, so I'm definitely biased, but like what they do is the most useful aspect of it is that they test traders to see their skill, right? So if you want to know whether you're ready to scale up in size, and again, this is the E-mini, it's the same thing as the SPY, it's the same thing as the S&P 500 basically in futures. But again, if you want to know whether you're ready to scale up in size, but you don't want to risk thousands of dollars, like to put up the money yourself in futures, you need, I would say, at least 10K. Right. This is a great way to test yourself before you do that. Right. The base package on TopStep, less than $150 a month. They give you a demo. If you can hit the target on the demo following their rules and conditions, then they actually legitimately fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. And this is a company that's regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. You can test yourself, see if you're ready to scale up. If you are, great. You know, you can scale up in size. If you're not, you're down. If you lose the challenge, for instance, you're down what, $150 or less than $150 a month, really. And so it's an amazing test. It's not the end of the world if you lose, and it's just a good way to test yourself as a trader. And again, there's no PDT in futures. You can day trade short futures without PDT restriction. If you want to check them out, here is the link. Again, great way to help support the channel. They are a sponsor of mine. Something else that I use pretty regularly is called Chart Prime as well. Let me show you guys Chart Prime. And like looking at TradingView, like one thing you'll notice here, and I was looking at Bitcoin earlier. So let's see how Bitcoin was affected by this, right? So here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin falling down with the market too. You know, so Bitcoin looking weak. And if you zoom out of this data, I want you guys to see that like this works in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. It's called Chart Prime. Look at how accurate, I was noticing this earlier, but like look how accurate Chart Prime is for, look how accurate candlestick identifiers are for crypto, like Bitcoin. Bullish hammer, big bounce. Two bullish hammers, big bounce over like a 20-minute period. Possible reversal up, bounce. You know, and this is a platform called Chart Prime. It's a TradingView indicator service. So again, you can use it on stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. But look at how accurate the bounce. Possible reversal up, bounce. What are really accurate that I'm noticing is the candlestick identifiers, though. Like, let's find the candlesticks. Like, look, here's a bearish engulfing candle right here. Big drop over the next like 10 or 15 minutes here. So I think a lot of Bitcoin traders use this as well. But again, remember, you can use this in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. It'll give you reversal down signals. Look, here's a bullish hammer, huge bounce afterwards. And so again, just looking at the candlestick momentum on Bitcoin, it looks like it can be possible or profitable. Look at this, possible reversal up, big bounce, you know, bullish hammer, bounce. And so it's really interesting. It's called Chart Prime. Again, I use it a lot with the SPY. They are a sponsor of mine as well. But again, pretty distinct, profound edge that you can use. And it's very cheap. It's like less than $50 a month if you use my link, I think. If you want to check it out, it's called Chart Prime. The link is right here. If you want to check it out, they are a sponsor of mine as well. I'll put that link in the chat too if you want to help support us. Market's starting to bounce back a little bit here. Again, we're in Apple. We're down some. We're only in 75 shares, though. You know, trading Bora. Some people have to pay more to get real-time quotes on TradingView for stocks mostly, you know. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's pretty narrow-minded, OJ. I think I think the real edge that you need to understand is like, yeah, you could sit there and stare at charts all day, but like Okay, it shows you candlestick momentum. It shows you chart patterns. It automatically documents support and resistance. It has a proprietary algorithm that's pretty accurate on the spy, that shows you basically possible reversals up or down. Right now, you could say, "Oh, well, why don't you just analyze the candlesticks themselves?" But like, number one, you're gonna have to analyze a chart and have to have your head in that chart at all times just to find the candlesticks. Having something that automatically documents the candlesticks for you is incredibly useful. And again, it's a subjective thing, so it's not really an arguable thing back and forth. But like, yeah, having something that automatically shows you the candlestick momentum and reversal signals is incredibly useful, in my opinion. But of course, I'm biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine. All right, so we'll see if we bounce back up. Part of me wants to add a little bit more to Apple, but we'll see. Hey, thank you, Chris. You guys cover the news fast, faster than Bloomberg. Hey, we try, man. Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. Don't tell the haters that, though. They'll get mad. You know. Top 3 nukes coverages in the world right now. All right, guys. E-mini's trying to bounce a little bit. Hopefully it does. Can we expect market movements on PMI data and oil inventories? You might expect some, but that's not going to be as profound as like jobless claims data or anything like that. You might get some movement, but it's not going to be as big. Yeah, I think Apple, the reason I buy at Apple is just the extension on the downside. Look how it's right around lows of the year. And so I think that's pretty big extension on the downside. Apple has, and what I'm using this, so I'm looking at the price and I'm looking at the extension, and then I'm comparing that to the PE ratio of Apple. The trailing one is like 10, or I'm sorry, it's like 20. I mean, so the trailing PE of Apple is 20, which is pretty objectively cheap. And so yeah, I think it's a. Hey, thank you, Bill, my guy. Yeah, sure, OJ, and that's fine. But like seeing a sponsor of mine and then critiquing it with like a subjective argument based off of the usefulness of it is just kind of, like it's fine, but it is what it is. Apple dropping back down. We'll see if it actually holds. And again, I bought a little bit of Apple based off of that extension, low PE. So low PE as well as low PE as well as extension on the downside for Apple. We will break up or down today or tomorrow. Just don't know which one. Yeah, of course, nobody does. Ford PE is 5. Yeah, honestly, Ford PE is really, really cheap. Really, really cheap. All right, market's starting to turn a little bit. Apple's still kind of leading the market. Still green on the day when the rest of the market is red. Dollar is pumping up. Yeah, the Dixie's going to be moving up big with this data release for sure. So yeah, the Dixie's going to be popping up big on this data release. All right, market's starting to turn here. Yeah, it's royalty-free music. Yeah, it's copyright-free, royalty-free. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. AT says, since there was no commissions anymore, always buy one share of any stock you want to keep an eye on. All right, market's starting to bounce up a little bit here. What if one share costs 10K? Yeah, you're talking about what's Warren Buffett's company? Berkshire Hathaway. What? How much do shares cost on that? Yeah, Berkshire Class A, ridiculously, expensive shares. Well, won't Buffett do a stock split? I don't know. There's some good interviews with Buffett on like why he chose not to. All right, market's starting to bounce back up. Apple back up to 127s. E-mini up to 38.56. Let's look at Tesla here now. Starting to rebound back up though. Any unbecoming news today? Yeah, I just put a stock in my watch list, man. I'm not gonna. Up to 127s right now. Up to 127s. Yeah, it depends on what the position is, to be honest. Apple's still moving up though. Again, we got 75 shares. We're completely flat on this position. All right, guys. So Apple, we're kind of neutral here. SPY pulling back, pretty sideways and flat though ahead of the open. All right, so Apple's still dipping down some here. We still got about 35 minutes until the market opens. About 35 minutes. Was the data better than expected? It's going to be interpreted as worse than expected, most likely here. So, like, that data is going to be interpreted as worse than expected. It came in lower than expected for jobless claims, which, again, is going to be interpreted as worse. Higher is going to be interpreted as better with regards to jobless claims numbers, just because anything that causes more spending is bad. We got Bostic speaking. We do have Fed member Bostic speaking. That's probably Bruce Vince, to be honest. So it's probably Bruce speaking. Market's mostly sideways ahead of this data release. Hey, thanks, you can. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're almost, I mean, like I said, right now, we are up to basically 95.2K. All right, guys, market's pulling back down a little bit. Tesla back up to 11.4s. I might short this. I think this is a weak sign in the market real quick, so we might actually take a little short position here with 40 shares. See if we start to push back down some here. So we got an Apple long, and again, we're kind of hedging with that, and Apple might drag the market up some. Hey, my guy Clayton, thank you, brother. Clayton says, didn't get to tune in past couple days. Happy New Year. Hey, thank you, my guy. Thank you, Clayton. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Clayton for the $20 donation, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for all the congrats on 95K. We appreciate it. Yeah, we appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. But yeah, thank you so much, Clay. That's a big donation, brother. We appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, so again, we're in Apple. Break even right now. We jumped in the market with 40 shares. We'll cut this fast too if we need to. If it gets over 382, we'll probably cut this position. Yeah, we're just pushing towards 100,000 right now. Really making that run towards 100K. We should hit it in the next month or two. What happens is, like, earnings season ended. So with earnings season ending, we just didn't get as much action from earnings season being over. But earnings season is about to start again, and that should help us make that final push towards 100K. It should help us. So again, we're in a couple positions here, pretty small. Opposite sides too, so a little bit of a hedge. Bed Bath & Beyond is down 18%. Let's take a look. Yeah, down to $2. Yeah, I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond, the big thing that people need to understand is that squeezes don't last forever. You know, that's the biggest misconception I see. Like, you get a lot of people that end up bag holding positions from squeezes like Bed Bath & Beyond. And, like, the reason that happens is because they think, like, really the problem comes with that type of, like, following, where it's like, if everybody is telling you that the squeeze is going to keep going, a lot of new traders that don't know any better are just going to sit on positions. You know, when they're saying diamond hands, don't be a paper hands, diamond hands it, right? It's like, dude, diamond hand, somebody telling somebody diamond hands has lost people more money than anything else in stock market, in my opinion. Like, telling people to diamond hand, sometimes, like, diamond handing penny stocks is the worst idea you could ever have in the stock market ever. You know, diamond handsing terrible companies that aren't blue chips, mid and penny stocks, mid caps and penny stocks, diamond handsing those is the worst position and the worst plan you could ever have in any company. You know, because again, a large majority of penny stocks fail. Aside from that, when penny stocks do rip, they don't last forever. When they do squeeze, they don't last forever. You better take profit while you can when they do rip. And if you don't, if you try to diamond hands these terrible penny stocks, you're just gonna lose money. You know, that's the thing I want traders to understand is like diamond handsing isn't a cool thing most of the time. Like smart, profitable traders, like a majority of profitable traders are going to take profit when they're up in anything. And so like holding something forever and just continuing to lose on it, or specifically not capitalizing when the stocks do make their move. You know, you need to capitalize and take profit on it when they do make their move. If you don't, it's going to turn on you and you're just going to be down more, you know. Hey, thank you, Jay. Yeah, 10:30 Fed Bullard speech. We can cover that. Should we cover the Fed speech today? Let me know. Yeah, it's just a bad thing. Again, mostly comes from new traders that are trying to inflate their own positions, and so they get really insecure and nervous when somebody says that they're selling positions that they're holding, right? And misery loves company, so they're saying, "Oh no, don't sell, diamond hands it." Just a lot of pressure, and you see people losing penny stocks, like big money on penny stocks because of that. All right, guys, so we are shorting the SPY right here. Little 40 share position, nothing major. Yeah, today's data was not good. Not good for market activity, that is, you know. All right, so we're riding the crackdown in markets here. We'll go ahead and take half of this off and then sit on the rest. We're in Apple as well. We could add more to it. Apple's a little bit longer term position. So while this is a day trade on the left on the SPY, this could be a longer term trade if I needed to. So Tesla testing lows here. Tesla has just been a freaking anvil in the ocean the last 10 days, man. How long has it been since Tesla's been weak? 20 days. Look at the 20-day chart. That's bad. Like I said, I've never been one to hold Tesla because frankly, I just don't trust it. There's too much vulnerability for it. But man, that's a rough looking 20-day chart here on Tesla. We'll cut it. We're still in Apple now. Please cover the Bullard speech. We'll try. We might. I don't know. Yeah, for sure, Timber. Just a huge drop on the downside, man. Yeah, like I see a lot of like kind of big name YouTubers that don't understand the difference between the Fed minutes, the FOMC minutes report, and the actual FOMC press conference. You know? What about Netflix if it stays above 300? I think it's too expensive. Man, maybe I should have held this position. Yeah, Netflix, and again, the PE is not terrible for Netflix. Y'all weren't supposed to see this, but that's okay, I guess. Y'all can see how much money I got in my account. Like I said, I'm not lying about the money in my account. But all right, so we added another 25 shares here. We'll sit on the rest. We're not going to add anymore. We got 100 shares of Apple. We'll see if it works for us. But yeah, so what was I saying? Netflix. Yeah, Netflix. The problem with Netflix is when we look at it here. So like, let's take a look. Here's Netflix. If I look at a daily chart on Netflix, it's a really hard argument for a buy right now. Like Netflix just a couple months, like 6 months ago, was at 160s, right? So telling me to buy it at 310s, I don't know. I'm just not about that. It's not extended enough on the downside for me personally. You know, there's too big of a chance that like Netflix could do something like this, you know, and just kind of tank back down. if that makes sense. So like we had this big weak move. We bounced, like we've been bouncing back for Netflix all this time. So like there's too big of a chance that we're going to reverse, especially based off of like that resistance level right there. There's too big of a chance that that's going to happen for me. I mean, Cortland, I most of the time trade indexes anyway. You know, I don't really trade. I mean, I trade individual stocks. Like I buy Apple and Disney and stuff like that based off of pure extension. But yeah. But obviously indexes are safer. Futures or forex pairs is not reliable either, to be honest. But that's subjective. You know, my preference is not forex. What's the PE on Netflix right now? I don't even think the PE is bad. Let me see. PE on Netflix currently is 27. So yeah, that's not bad. It's under 30. That's not terrible. Job report's out already. Life came out about 35 minutes ago. Both of them did. I don't think we have anything else today. We got Bostic speaking in 15 minutes. We've got the we got S&P Global Composite PMI for December in 40 minutes. So at 9:45 market time. We got services PMI in 40 minutes as well. So yeah, it might be in big letters right below me. All right, guys. So market started to bounce up a little bit. Yeah, it's already out. It came out about 40 minutes ago. We got about 20 minutes into the market opens. We do have S&P Composite Global PMI for December coming out in 40 minutes. Same thing with services PMI that we'll cover next. Yeah, I don't know. What's up, Steve? Yes, Machu Picchu. This is live. You know what I just watched yesterday that had Machu Picchu in it? It had I watched Mississippi Grind with Ryan Reynolds and Australian actor guy's name. Good poker movie, man. Good poker movie. Apple at 127s. Hey guys, listen, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Let's keep the growth up. We're at about 95.2 thousand subscribers. Thank you guys so much for helping me hit that. There's already been a report going out today. I'm a pro Omaha player. Nice, Greg. Omaha's not really my game. Hold'em's really my game. But Omaha's too variance heavy for me, bro. You know, PLO, it's just too much variance, man. There's too much variance in me for Hold'em, let alone, but I'm mostly like a sit and go. I'm a profitable player. I mostly play 6 and 9 max sit and goes. And I'm green in those. I would play tourneys. Like, I would play tourneys. I love tourneys, but I don't have the time for tourneys. Like, think about it. I sit here for 4 to 6 hours a day on stream. You know, a lot of these poker tournaments, they last like 6-7 hours. It's like a full work day. Amazon and Disney are teaming up to launch Alexa-enabled experience called Hey Disney. That'll be cool. Vic's pumping. Where's Amazon at right now? Speaking of Amazon. Amazon's still green on the day, kind of trending with Apple here. Market's red. What about Tesla? What's Tesla doing now? Still red on the day? Yeah, Tesla has just been dragging the market for the last week or two. Yeah, definitely top 3 Hold'em players in the world right now. There's less variance in Omaha? Really? How is that? You know, you got more, with 4 cards, don't you have more potential outcomes, which would mean more variance? How is that not the case? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, I'm not an Omaha player by any means. I always didn't like it because I thought it had more variance. Ironic story is, like, I actually won an Omaha tournament accidentally, you know, a while back. So a while back, I entered a bunch of Hold'em tournaments, what I thought were Hold'em tournaments, right? And like, I play like $10, $20 tourneys. You know, I'll play like 6 or 7 at a time, right? And so I accidentally entered a PLO tournament. And I ended up winning the tournament. You know, I know how to play PLO, but it's certainly not my preference, you know. Yeah, Steve, this is all all right, so yeah, so basically what you're saying is that you fold in Omaha a lot more relative to Hold'em. So what percentage of hands do you play in Omaha? Like, I know Hold'em, you know, ideal is, you know, 15 to 25%, depending on the type of player you are. What's the hand percentage in Omaha? Like the ideal one, that's like plus EV. Apple's starting to move back up a little bit. Tesla's still breaking down though. 10 to 15%. Okay. Man, I'll have to try it again. I've never really been a PLO player, but you know. Tesla at 111s right now. 111s. I don't really trade options, no. Not really much of an options trader. I mean, my Thinkorswim account's got about, you know, 40,000 and about like 150K in BP here. So I just don't have a reason to trade options. I can buy whatever shares I need to buy with that much, you know. So like, I just don't need to buy options. I think options are good, like bang for your buck versus buying power with options is a little bit better. But I just don't have the need to do it. Too much slippage for me, you know, when I could just buy shares directly, if that makes sense. All right, guys, so we're gonna get ready to trade futures. Again, what we're going to try to do today is we are going to try to scale up to we're going to try to scale up to the regular E-mini today. The regular E-mini. We've already traded some today, but we are going to try to scale up to the regular E-mini today. I think for these funded account programs, I kind of have to. I spoke with Pawn yesterday, and I think he's right. I think I have to scale up. We took some practice trades, practice in the regular E-mini today. You can see the practice trades here. So we'll see. It's either the regular E-mini or it is like 5 minimum contracts at the micro. Yeah, selling them, that was good. So tide is right. Okay, wait, so you don't play aces or kings in PLO? You only play like double suited Broadway connectors? I guess that makes sense, right? Like when I played PLO, I would always find like ace, ace, king, king as like a premium. You know, but I guess it kind of makes sense when you play that you would actually want more draw heavy hands relative to like made hands already, because if you hit it, you know, you're going to be beating all those premium ace, ace hands. And when you don't hit it, you can just fold and get it out the way or bluff or whatever. That's an interesting thing. Like I said, I don't really know much about PLO strategy. Mostly a hold'em person. SPY started to bounce though, so you can see the S&P 500 here starting to pop. No, we're trading futures is what we're trading right now. So yeah, futures market, again, there's no PDT in futures, right? So you could day trade short. A lot of people like day trade penny stocks when they don't have to. You can trade futures instead. You know, like I could day trade the S&P 500 with no PDT restrictions. And a lot of people don't understand that. And they end up trading like penny stocks with a cash account or whatever because they think they have to. But just a lot more edges in futures, in my opinion. And if you want to try out the futures market, like I said, I'm sponsored by Top Step, which is a funded account program where they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you. And I think most people are not going to be able to pass testing because most traders lose. But what the real edge is that it tests your skill. You know, so instead of putting up 10K yourself in futures and trying it out and risking thousands and losing thousands, you can try this funded account program. If you lose, it's not the end of the world, but if you hit, then you can get funded with a 90% split, and it's just a great test of skill. It builds you into a better trader and conditions you to trade better. Base one's less than $150 a month. Again, if you want to check it out, link is in the description. I'll post it one more time here and pin it to the top of the page. But yeah, we'll pin it to the top of the page and we'll see what we get. Yeah, well, I'd definitely be an amateur in PLO. All right, guys, my Apple trade. Hey, listen, we're sitting on some money already on Apple here. We'll take a 25% of the position off. Like I said, we don't diamond hands here. We'll take 25 of it off, just lock in profit, make it really easy trade. You know, we'll take twice that. We'll take 50 shares. So we took 50% of the position off since we're very green in it. Now, if we rebound, great. If we don't rebound, then, you know, we're still fine. And we can just cut it for break even now. What do you mean THT? I'm not familiar with that abbreviation, THT. What do you mean, L? Do you have any tips on being mentally strong trading futures? Similar to poker, and the reason I'm talking about poker, and I know some of you guys here are like, why is this dude talking about poker, right? Poker, there's a lot of correlations and a lot of things translate over to trading in poker. I played poker first, but like calculating pot odds is very similar to like risk reward calculation in trading. You know, sitting on your hands and waiting for A+ setups is the same thing in poker, where you're only supposed to play about 15 to 25% of your hands and hold them. Same thing with trading, right? You need to wait for A+ setups. There's just a lot of correlations there. With that, it's very similar. You know, it's very similar. You know, it's all based off of probabilities and statistics and math, really. Same thing with trading. It's all based off of probabilities. And the way you get good at both of them, and specifically futures, since that's what the question is. Somebody asked, how do you get better at futures? Repetition. conditioning through repetition, Pavlov and the dog. You just kind of do it over and over and over and over and over again until the right decisions become second nature, where you do them, you know, you do them automatically instead of having to really think about it as much, right? And you condition the right things in trading, and you do the wrong things less and less, right? That's why it takes so long to be good at trading as well as poker, is because it takes time to condition yourself in that way. It takes repetition. It's one of the reasons, like, a lot of people selling courses on day trading, they're just kind of scamming people, because frankly, it doesn't matter what's in that course. You can know exactly what to do, but it's going to take a long time to actually do it consistently without thinking about it, without making the wrong mistakes. And so repetition, a huge edge in trading, is just repeating it over and over and over again. And with that in mind, trade small in the beginning. You trade small, you get your reps in, you do it over and over again. Eventually it becomes easier. Where it's like, if you go really hard out the gate, you're not going to know how to trade really. You're just going to lose more money than you really need to. So when you first get started, trade small. It's one of the things I push these funded account programs, is because they're great ways to condition yourself. You got some pressure, but you don't have the full extent of 10K risk pressure, to where you can kind of build yourself into a better trader slowly. And if you lose, it's not the end of the world, but you still have some pressure to succeed. Same thing in poker, same thing in trading, same thing in anything, really. It just takes time. Again, it's one of the reasons most people, like, they buy a course, they try to mimic their guru, risking thousands in the beginning, they lose thousands, they give it up, they say, oh, trading's rigged, or whatever they want to say. It happens so much. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Jeremy. That's rough, man. Yeah, options. I would bet a lot of stock market professionals play poker as a whole. Like, I think most stock market professionals play poker. I know stockbrokers do, but certainly traders do as well. Again, it's all mathematics. Yeah, so again, we're dipping down here. We'll see if we actually hold now, but yeah, we're dipping down. Yeah, I'm not really into the crypto market right now. I just don't see a point in it. It's too unstable. There's too much risk for that, Tane, what are you talking about, Tane? What's that referencing? What's that reference for? Yeah, for sure, Machu. I mean, that's the right decision, man. Like, I wouldn't buy a course either in the stock market. I think a lot of it's just publicly available stuff. A lot of the content in that course you're going to be able to find for free out there already, without needing to pay for it. A lot of the content in courses is just packaged free content that you're going to get anywhere else, that you don't need to pay for. Yeah, Apple moved up. We took profit. Now we're just kind of sitting on it, kind of leading the market too. Everything else is down. Tesla's been breaking lows down to 110s already. So me taking profit there on Apple is going to just protect the trade in that way. If it ends up coming back down, we're going to be in a much more favorable position than if we didn't take profit there. All right, guys. Yeah, we got 7 minutes until the market opens. 7 minutes. Again, subscribe if you haven't yet. We appreciate it. Nobody's going to tell me I spelled services wrong. Oh, that's better. right, market's dumping down a little bit here. Okay, we got about 5 minutes until the market opens up. There's things you can't teach. Yeah, well, some people are just going to be better. Some people are going to just be better at trading. There's a lot of free options content, Jeremy. There's just tons of free content online for options. I don't really have any myself personally because I'm not much of an options trader. But yeah, just check out, just type in free options course in YouTube and you'll find something, man. Again, I don't really have anything personally about options. What I would recommend for options is learning the Greeks. Learn the Greeks before you trade. Don't trade options without learning the Greeks first. If you do, then you're just unnecessarily risky, buddy. Add the 50 back soon. I'm not going to add the full 50 back. I might add another 25 back to get a little bit better average, but I think I'm just going to sit on this and let it work. Hey, no worries, man. Can you be a good trader if you're rubbish at maths? Well, it depends on how bad you are. You know, like you don't need to know super complex algorithms to be good at trading. You know, you need to know basic math, though. You need to know percentages and understand how to calculate percentages fast and understand how to add relatively quickly, I would say, but it's not completely necessary, especially with the digital trading that we have now. But I would say learning percentages really well, memorizing them if you need to, is an important part of trading, but it's not completely necessary. I think some people are going to know how to do that automatically without really knowing the exact numbers. I think some people are just going to be good at that. It's hard to explain. I think some people are just going to know how to do that without knowing the actual percentages, you know, so they're just going to be really good at reading charts. But yeah, it depends. It depends on how bad. If you're terrible at math and you don't know how to add or subtract or anything like that, then yeah, you're probably not going to be that good at trading. Yeah, logic is probably a little bit more important. All right, market's starting to bounce back up a little bit. Apple is too. Tesla bouncing a little bit as well here. We have less than 4 minutes. The VWAP's been kind of weird. Yeah, it's asking me for a paid license, which is kind of strange. Let me log out and log back in. I thought I had a paid license, but let me try a different one. Let's see if that works. I guess I don't, so it's not letting me show a paid license without paying for it. I'm just going to use a POS chart then. Now we're starting to bounce back up though. Yeah, in this market, no subtraction. Yeah, baby. All right, Apple's starting to pump back up. Maybe I should have added back the 50, but again, I'm just going to stay in my 50 shares. It's all good. Market's starting to rebound here. We got less than 3 minutes. All right, yeah, hey, listen, my Apple trade looks really nice right now. Should have added that 50 back, but that's okay. Y'all wish me luck. We're going to try to scale up our size today using the regular E-mini. Apple still looks good. Market's pretty extended on the downside too. There might be some arguments for like a dip buy here for some stuff, kind of like I did with Apple, but you know, you never know what the opening is going to bring. We got about a minute left. Market might just dump at the open. We don't really know. Yeah, good luck, guys. Here's the opening bell, 20 seconds. Yeah, we do have, in 15 minutes, we do have PMI coming out today, so be ready for that. We do have PMI dropping today in about 15 minutes. Yeah, hit the sub button if you haven't already, guys, if you want to chat. Here's the opening bell. Good luck. Big drops at the open. Market's starting to drop a little bit. Apple is as well. And again, probably a good thing that I took profit there where I did. I could take it as like another ad level though here, to be honest. All right, so here's the opening bell. Here's the S&P right here. All right, market started to turn. Tesla actually bouncing back up a little bit here. Maybe it's a good time to add to Apple. We'll see, though. We get a break under this candlestick, we might short, but gonna give it time to. Apple just broke lows. It's probably gonna push the market back down. Yeah, if the dollar's bouncing up, that might drop the markets. Again, kind of a doji signal. We're just gonna wait now. Not take anything. Tesla just ripped under lows. We're gonna short the market now just because Tesla dumped fast. Again, we got a contract with the regular E-mini here. Looking to short, looking for weakness. There we go. All right, we just made about 50 bucks there on the regular E-mini. So $50 gain on the regular E-mini. Apple's actually kind of bouncing back up though, and so little $50 gain. I saw the weakness come roll through here. Again, we're trying to work on, you know, Tesla is really what dragged. Tesla's all the way back to 109, so it has completely retraced any gains that it made yesterday and gone all the way back down to where it was at the open yesterday. So very weak sign here for Tesla. This is Quant Tower through Top Step, guys. Quant Tower through Top Step is what this is. Finally starting to get a little pop back up, though. Apple has rebounded completely here, and we did add another 50 shares back to Apple. And so our entry now for Apple is 126.50s. We're at 126.70s here. The question is, do I want to take some off here with the volatility that we got going on, or do I want to just sit on this and stay break even if it pull back? All right, so we're completely break even on this Apple trade now. Moving back down, market's getting weak. Tesla's really, again, Tesla's dragging the market down. So we're flat on Apple. Watching the market break, but again, Tesla's what's dragging it down. And if Tesla bounces back, then the market will probably bounce back too. There's Tesla bouncing back some. Let's see what like Disney's doing. Disney pulling back heavy too. Yeah, so market's turning here. Too much downward momentum for me to really short this. It's too extended on the downside, I would say. Tesla's in the S&P. It's not in the it's not in the S&P ESG index, which is like the electric, or it's like the, I think it's like the environmentally friendly. But Tesla is still the 9th largest member of the S&P 500, so it's still pretty big. You know. Apple's dropping down. The question is, do I want to add more to Apple or do I just want to sit? I think I just want to sit here. Again, Tesla's been really what's dropping the market some. So we only gotten one trade. We made $50 on the trade. Let's see what my actual P&L is today. All right, SPY started to bounce back. Yeah, so we're up about $50 today. We'll see if this is just a slight bounce back. The only reason I like that, because Apple's still kind of breaking lows, and they're starting to bounce back. Tesla bouncing back too. But yeah, Tesla's right where it was at the opening bell yesterday. I don't know, maybe Eddie. This is a couple weeks ago. All right, so we're bouncing back at everything now. I could short into these lows right here. We're going to take one short position into these lows. See if we catch some weakness. All right, just made another $60. Trading the regular micro. We are now up $112. More importantly, we have a cushion on the day here for this. So we do have a cushion on the day now. Watching to see what Apple does. If Apple retraces, we will short this fast. Mullen, generally speaking, not a good company. All right, so market looks like it's going to break lows again. Let's see if it does. All right, starting to bounce back a little bit again. I'm waiting here. I could see this rejecting, but I'm just gonna wait. All right, guys. So E-mini starting to bounce back. Remember, guys, in about 8 minutes, we do have some data coming out. We got services PMI, S&P Global Composite PMI as well. Oh, man. All right, guys. We got the market consolidating here. Oh, man. All right, we got some consolidation here. What I'm really watching right now is Tesla. Whole market started to drag down, though. There's the S&P breaking lows again. There is a smaller report. It's a less significant report, but there is another report dropping in about 7 minutes. Tesla down under 109 is looking weak. More weakness rolling through, it looks like. Tesla really consolidating around the lows. HKD making new bag holders. What a surprise. You know. I mean, HKD is interesting. The problem, though, is like you got so many people sitting in HKD in the hundreds or even thousands, I'm sure, just stuck, just desperately hoping it one day comes back. And maybe it does. I don't know, but like I'm not touching it. It's not a long-term money-making play there, I would say. All right, so Apple started to bounce back. It's the only reason I'm not shorting anything, but Tesla's starting to crack lows. Too much choppy consolidation here. It looks like this is weak. Looks like we might break lows again, but all right, we're shorting now. All right, just made another $75. So now we are up about $180. Nice little cushion on the day here. We got about $180. Again, trying the regular E-mini today. Scalping the easiest momentum we can. Weakness coming through in the market. Yeah, we added a little bit to Apple, but we're going to keep the Apple trade pretty small. We're not going to add any more. We're just going to sit on it and, small, not super worrisome. Down less than 100 on my current positions on TOS. So, and again, Apple will be a long-term trade. It's not really a day trade. Lower PMI is better for markets, right? PMI is sector expansion versus contraction. So PMI is we want less in the current market. We want less. Doesn't mean that's what we're going to get, but like expectations for the S&P Global Composite PMI is 44.6. Services PMI. Survey 400 executives in private sector service companies. Above 50 signals an improvement in these services markets. Below 50 indicates deterioration in the services market. So I started to get a little rebound here. Again, I would see this as a downward trend short, but we're so down already, and we've made almost $200 that we're not going to keep. We're not going to keep taking these positions. It might work now, but eventually it's going to stop working, and so we're going to look for high edge setups. I think the lower we get, the less edge there is. So we're going to have to just wait for it to bounce back. We'll probably get flat. We got 3 minutes before the services PMI data drops as well. So again, 3 minutes. Right at the lows, it looks really weak here. So, I mean, you could short this, but again, I don't know what anything's going to do. So we're just going to wait. Most of the time, the people that are claiming to do that, Jeremy, are gambling profusely. You know, they're just gamblers, man. They're putting it all. If they wouldn't be on the options market, they'd be putting it all on red and roulette. You know, like they're just gamblers, man. You know, so like yeah, like I can risk my whole account and try to make 15K so I can flash pictures of it on Twitter. It doesn't mean that's a long-term profitable play. And most of the people flashing that have lost way more than that in the long run. They just finally made money. And so they're kind of cherry picking their winners and not showing their losers. Does that make sense? And so in order to do that, you just got to take some really big positions that you shouldn't be taking. And, you know, in order to really comfortably risk 20,000 in a trade or whatever, you need to be making, you need to have like in terms of like buying power, you need to have, you know, 100x that. All right, Apple's starting to bounce back. I'm actually break even now on TOS. Starting to see a lot of stuff bounce back. We got the PMI dropping in about 30 seconds. I don't know how important this is. I mean, it's kind of important. Is it like super important? I don't know. All right, guys, 20 seconds. Make sure to hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up on stream so that you actually get the data as soon as it comes out. 15 seconds. My eyes are starting to hurt, man. We're going to have to put some glasses on. All right, guys, 5 seconds. All right, and there it is. Let's see when it refreshes on my end. All right, 44.7 services PMI, so a little bit higher than expected, and 45 for global composite PMI. So global composite PMI came in at 45 even. Services PMI came in at 44.7. 44.7. So slightly worse than expected global composite PMI, and slightly higher than expected services PMI. And again, we'll put this up on screen so you can see it. If it shows up, it refreshes at least. But I told you guys, we cover this data fast. .7 services PMI versus 44.4 expected. There's the data right there. Market is not reacting favorably to the data here. That's the data right there. What does that mean, though? 45 means that the manufacturing sector is expanding a little bit in global composite PMI. 44.7 services PMI means that the services PMI is not deteriorating as much as they thought, but only a small margin, though. So whether that's good, bad, good, I'm going to leave that open to interpretation. All right, market's still breaking down. Again, here's my graph on the day. About 180 in profit on the day, 190 actually, about 190. We'll see if we can break 200. Market's looking weak on this data. Yeah, market's interpreting as bad. But again, it's services PMI, I would say, is probably a little bit better than expected. The composite PMI is probably worse than expected because you want to see a lower number and it was slightly higher. But, you know, it's arguable. Again, we covered that within like a second. So if you haven't already, hit the like button, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We do all the big data that drops. Tomorrow we have unemployment data coming out. So, hey, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Tesla breaking down and then bouncing back here. Apple bouncing back pretty big as well. So Tesla is bouncing back some. Apple bouncing back some as well. Google dropping some today. I saw Disney was weak earlier. Somebody asked me why I didn't buy Disney today, and I told them it's because Disney's moved up a little bit too much for my taste short term. All right, Tesla just rejected fast. It's probably going to make this break lows in the market, I'm assuming. Let's see if we're right. Hey, thank you, Kay. Yeah, I don't know, Red. Maybe. Raphael, man, considering, like, listen, I'm gonna say something to you, man, and I hope you understand that it's all coming from a place of love, okay? All right, so considering how emotional you have been from most of these releases by specifically small market fluctuations, right? Like, these aren't huge market fluctuations. In fact, Apple's actually technically green on the day as I say this, right? So it's like these fluctuations are small. I can only figure two things from this. Number one is that you might be trading a little bit too large for your account size. Number two is that I don't know if you're actually investing. Investing means like these little fluctuations in markets should not affect your investing view in a broad way, man. Like, these type of fluctuations in the market are relatively small, brother. And again, I hope you understand. And so, again, what that means is like you're either not really investing and you're more so trading short term, or you're way too big, and any small fluctuation just makes you really, really unhappy. So, again, understand, like, this doesn't mean much. Market's just dipping down. We've really been sideways for the last 10 days, brother. So, again, just be careful, man. I hope you make money, bro. I hope you got this, man. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, all good, man. I hope you understand, bro. All right, market's starting to bounce back. Again, I could short this and bet on the continuation of a downward trend, but Tesla's testing the volume weighted average price. Or not Tesla. Apple's testing the volume weighted average price. Tesla still looks weak, but, we're going to wait and pause our trading for now and just wait. I am 25% invested. So what do you mean by 25%? You mean 25% of your equity and your whole account is invested? Or what do you mean by that? Do you mean, I guess my real question, Raphael, is are you investing, which means hold for years, or are you planning to hold for a couple weeks? There's a big difference there. If you're investing, none of this should matter, bro. If you're holding for a few weeks, of course, then it matters. All right, my Apple trade is now very green. Again, we're going to let it try to ride back up here, but my Apple trade is now very green. Apple is now green on the day. We're going to see if that continues here. Okay, got you. Again, here's my graph in futures. I'm working on scaling up now, so y'all bear with me. And I hope you guys understand my lack of urgency with this, because, my account's pretty big on TOS. So it's like, this is kind of like my side chick, so to speak. We're up about 750. We should be up more than that, really, here. Like, here's today. We're up about 180. This month, we were up about 400 in January. About 750. We'll take it. Apple's still pumping up. Market's starting to turn, though. Tesla's the weak one. Tesla's starting to consolidate around lows again. I'm going to take a little bit off of this Apple trade just because I can. And we're going to let the rest ride up. I'm planning to hold for years, but I'd like to take some swing trades. I feel you, man. So Oh, you invested heavily in Tesla. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, Tesla's the one kind of one where that one doesn't matter whether you're investing or swing trading, you know, you're still going to be unhappy. So that actually makes more sense. My bad, bro. I get it. No worries. Uh, Again, we're consolidating now sideways. We're going to wait for us to break into some type of trend here. Yeah. Remember, guys, not an investment professional, not liable if you lose. Might have no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah. uh, There we go. Apple starting to pump back up. We are back to just 50 shares of it now. Market looks like it's going to break down some here. I might pivot to the regular micro E-mini now that I built up some cushion. Or I'll stick with the regular. John Trader, what are you talking about, man? Like, that's just kind of a really, like, weird comment out of nowhere, man. Let me check the logs of you. Yeah, like, I'm not sure where the... You know, here we're supposed to be supportive. All right, we're going to take a little bit more off of Apple because Apple's all the way up to 127s here, and we can. So we're cutting a little bit more on Apple. We're going to hold 25 shares of it and just let it run. But look at Apple rip. Tesla rejecting at 109. No, I did not say short Disney. I have no idea what anything's going to do. Not an investment professional, not liable. The only trade that I took today on a longer term basis is Apple. And our average on Apple is 125.40s right now. And we're at around 127s for Apple. Yeah, thank you, Curtis. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, Apple's leading the market. When the rest of the market is weak, Apple's still very green, and we've kind of been slowly taking profit on it. We only have a very small position on Apple left, and we're going to leave this to let it work even more if we need it to. So at least that's the plan. Let me send pawn something. Apple's rip it up. Disney or Apple really pump it up some more. All right, guys. So yeah, Apple helping the market right now. I'm gonna take another 10 shares off at Apple just because I can here. There we go. And we're gonna lock in the rest. Up really nice today. The SPY's actually hitting the volume weighted average price. Have you been holding Tesla since 400? Me? Nah, man. Yeah, I don't. Again, I've been saying the same thing about Tesla, kind of like a broken record for the last like uh yeah, kind of. I've been a broken record about Tesla for the last few weeks. Again, my problem with Tesla is simple: is that Elon is getting a little bit too outspoken politically for my tastes, and I think because of that, there's vulnerabilities for the whole company. Because Elon, I think if you're selling things to consumers, I think Tesla was a really cool brand 2 years ago, right? On both sides of the political spectrum, people bought Teslas, but by making yourself really one-sided there, Tesla's not like Disney, where Disney can do that and still be fine because people are going to watch Disney and go to Disney World regardless. Tesla's not like that. If you take with him taking a really one-sided political stance, then that's going to make people stop buying cars. They're going to stop supporting the stock, and just in the end, it's just not good for a public company, in my opinion. So because of that, I'm not buying a Tesla stock. I might buy a Tesla car one day, though. Yeah, Apple's doing great right now. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Disney's just a money-making machine, though. Disney's diversified, too. Disney owns Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN. Disney World makes $20 million a day. Their parks. Disney Plus is growing rapidly, too. So, I mean, all of that stuff just means long-term is probably fine. Short-term, you don't know what it's going to do, but long-term, there's usually some benefits of it. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Hey, good morning. Hey, nice riff. Yeah, man. Go Tigers. Tesla breaking over 109s here. We'll see if it continues back up. I mean, Tesla influences the market so much. I want Tesla to go up because I want the market to go up. We've scaled out of our Apple trade mostly. I mean, we'll hold it for years if we need to, but if it goes immediately really heavily in my direction, I mean, we're gonna take profit. We're still holding a piece of it though. All right, getting some weakness coming through. Tesla just rejected the volume weighted average price, and so I might look to short a small pop here. We're shorting. Worst case scenario here for it. We got a cushion, so we could hold more. We could add more, but honestly, ironically, Apple is going against me in futures. I thought since Tesla rejected really hard right there. Oh my goodness, bro. 230. How am I down that much? Yeah, see, forgive me, guys. I'm learning to trade the regular E-mini, so we'll try to get this figured out. Just not used to trading the regular E-mini. It's better. Again, the problem with this right now. The problem with this right now is Apple is just flying up. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut that. So we gave all of our profit back in futures plus some. And this is why, like, I try to tell people the regular E-mini can go against you very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Luckily, Apple's still pumping up, and we're still very green over the last few weeks. But, it hurts. It hurts, Should have stopped trading, maybe, but that's all right. I do see a potential double top here. The problem is that Tesla's starting to rebound, too. And so if we do, like, a red to green move, then that's not going to be good. So we're going to short this. See if we get a quick little flush back down here. See if we can make some of our money back. There we go. I like this down wick. There's 2 contracts. See if we get a flush back down. I think we might be a little tired now. We might pull back some here. But yeah, after this, I might scale back down to the regular E-mini or the regular micro. Yeah, we're going to have to cut this. I might scale back down to the regular. This just goes against you way too fast for my taste here. And I know for the funded account program, I need to scale up larger. But, like, this is just too much. I think a better move here. Oh, wait, I forgot to cut it. I think a better move would be for me to take like a minimum of 5 contracts of the micro. Yeah, for sure. 100. I definitely agree straight. Luckily, we were really green on the day ahead of this here. Tesla is what's dragging the market up, though. But I do like this double top right here. That's the only reason I've been shorting into this is the double top potential. But yeah, obviously it hasn't been treating us well, you know. Again, though, we'll try. We'll see what we get. We already had some profit built up on the day. The day's not over yet. There we go. I just made another $100 back. Let me see what my P&L actually looks like today. It's honestly, we're down 250 on the day, which could be worse. We'll give it some time and see what the rest of these do. We'll short this again. Watching this double top level here is what we're looking at to see if we break. Tesla did bounce yesterday, and then it basically gave it all back this morning is really kind of what happened. So about flat on this E-mini trade. Again, we got a double top here, which is what I'm trying to bet on. There we go. Nice. I just made another $100 roughly there. So now we're only down 150 on the day. We'll see if we can come back. Again, my big goal for today is just to get used to the regular E-mini. Like, again, to put it into perspective, this is my graph over the last, like, week and a half here. So we dipped a little bit. Oh, yeah. This is my graph. So we're still very green in it. But we're rejecting at the volume-weighted average price. Tesla just broke under the VWAP here. So we're going to short some more. Take 2 contracts here. See if we get a full breakdown. Tesla's looking really weak. So we're going to see if this pumps it down. There we go. I just took half off there. Even larger breakdown. There we go. I just made another 100 and something. Starting to fight back on the day. Honestly, kind of flat on the day now. We are down less than $50 on the day at this point. So we'll give it a chance. I'm going to start shorting into a size position here and see if we get a larger breakdown that we want. Like, there's a bounce. We'll take another position here. There we go. Flat on this position. And bear with me. Y'all are seeing me get used to the regular E-mini live, so just bear with me, guys. Slightly green. And we covered a little bit there, but it retraced pretty fast on us. But we got ourselves into a smaller position. A lot of choppiness. Not a lot of chop action. Let's add a little bit to it here. This is what I would do in normal positions here is I would add into this weakness when I see like an upwick. Hopefully it doesn't just punish me, which it looks like it is. Yeah, we're gonna have to get ready to cut this. We got a high level. We break this level, we're gonna have to cut. There we go. We'll break down. Give it time. You're not forced to add size. Oof. All right, yeah. So we're gonna cut this here. I don't want to get close to my max loss in this account, so we're gonna stop. The market just had a huge surge. I don't think any data just dropped either, but that's a big pump up in the market. Let me see what happened. So global services PMI, I don't think anything happened. I think that's just a huge pump. Yeah, we're going to have to stop our trading for today, though. It's great for our Apple position, but obviously not good for our trading. Luckily, we had a cushion over the last few days. But I think, like, here's the thing to understand about why I took the size I did today. And again, it's important, even if I have to reset this, it's important to understand why I'm taking the larger size. Why would that wick just happen, though? This is usually some type of fundamental move for the market. But anyway, let me explain. Yeah, so I don't know why the market popped like that, but here, let me explain why we're taking larger sizes. Because like me making $100 a day in this funded account program is going to take so long to get funded that I have to get used to the regular E-mini, right? And this is the funded account program. So if I lose it, it's not the end of the world. I can reset it if I need to. But it's really important for me to learn how to trade the regular E-mini under pressure, right? And so that's what I'm trying to do here. Obviously, I'm not super comfortable doing it. I'm not used to the big swings in size. I'm used to the regular micro. And really, I could ask you guys, chat, what do you guys think will be better here? Do you think it would be better for me to just take like 5 or 6 contracts of the micro as opposed to the full E-mini? Or do you think it would be better for me to just go ahead and learn how to trade this momentum? Because the ultimate goal is to get funded. Like I said, my Thinkorswim account's got like 150,000 in buying power. So I don't really need to get funded. So I've been a little bit slower with trying to run it up. But the whole ultimate goal is to get funded. And I think the way trading the regular micro is just trading too small for my taste there. So let me know what you guys think. 5 in scale, do the micro. Yeah. Chat, what do you guys think? I should do a poll. I'm going to do a poll and ask you guys this. Better for me to trade regular ES and get used to swings, or trade larger size and micro ES? Regular ES is one of the options. Micro ES is the other option. Let me know which one you guys think is best. One in and one out. Yeah, that might be a right move. And I mean, like I said, on my actual account, we're doing really well, but man, what a swing. Part of me is tempted to trade large and try to win this back, but I'm not going to. Like I said, we already had a cushion to where we're actually pretty flat in here. Like, we're not down a ton. Nah, it's not manipulation. It's just size. These are all just buys and sells. Even though I lost my butt on the combine, this is all just regular size. Like, something happened. Some big size orders come in. It depends on how you define manipulation, though. Commissions and fees are too much in the micros. I think that's one of the big parts, too. Stay with the micro. Do a large one. 10 micro or 1 mini. Well, yeah, but you could. But the whole point, Aaron, is to take 5 of the micro. Right, if you take 5 of the micro, then you're taking about half the size of the regular E-mini. The only difference is commissions, which is an important factor there. But yeah, that's the only kind of determining factor is like, do commissions influence the micro so much to where it's going to be better for me to just take the risk? Maybe not trade 2. The only problem is, like, I'm used to scaling in, right? Like, the reason that we lost there is because we're used to scaling in size. But scaling it with the regular E-mini is just huge freaking size. It's just really, really large size, you know? Yeah, that probably might be the right move, Michael. And again, if y'all want to take this challenge with me, I'm in a challenge account right now, so it's not the end of the world. If you want to take this challenge with me, check out Top Step. You know, regardless of whether I get funded, this builds me into a better trader. And you guys know me. I don't claim to be an expert or a guru or anything like that. But Top Step is the most legit futures funded account program in the world. They basically test you. So I'm in the testing phase right now. And that's why I got to get used to the size. My Apple trade's going great. But yeah, that's why I have to get used to the size. And so they test you. If I lose like I did here, it's not the end of the world. You know, you can reset for $100 and it's pretty cheap and you can test yourself again. But if you actually pass it, then they fund you with a 90% split. The base one's less than $150 a month if you use my link. They give you a 50K demo. You got to hit 3K in profit without losing 2K total, or $1,000 a day. Very reasonable ratio. And then I'm in the larger one here, which is why I'm trying to learn how to scale up. But even the losses today, they're not super big relative to the account. Like my my max loss is $4,500. So being down like $400 in this account is nothing. And I think I probably have to just get used to trading the regular E-mini. I think that's probably the right move here. It's just getting used to trading the regular E-mini. I can trade the micros. I'll try tomorrow with the micros and see. You know, yeah, definitely top 3, Greg. You know, but no, if you want to check out Top Step, I'll post this link. Great way to help support your boy in this channel. Yeah, because like I said, the problem with me is like my Thinkorswim account's got 150,000 in it, you know, or 150K in buying power, 40,000 or so. And so it's like, I don't need to get funded. I really don't need to get funded. It's not something that I need to do, but most people don't have it like me with Thinkorswim. And so there's going to be a distinct edge in trying to get funded and testing yourself. And so it's like up to this point, I just didn't have a sense of urgency, but I didn't realize like making $100 a day is cool, but it's not going to get me funded. It's going to take months and months and months, right? So it's much better I got to learn to trade larger in these funded account programs, which is why I kind of took some swings today. And I think it's okay. But yeah, if you want to check out Top Step, there is the link. They are a sponsor of mine. I'm certainly biased in their favor. Take a look if you want to check them out. And we'll see which way the market goes, man. Honestly, Tesla's kind of the volatile one. Tesla goes up big and then down big. And I think most of the market's just kind of following that. There was a big sell order rolling through at around 10:04 p.m. or 10:04 a.m. market time. And I think that just influenced the market on that squeeze up and down. What's up, Anton? Part of me thinks I should probably just close down the stream. I don't want to, I think a big part of these funded account programs is on your losing days, learning how to shut it down. You know, I think what happens to most traders is like they take a decent loss like I did, which is inevitable. Like you're going to lose. And I think I'm going to practice with the larger sizing, you know, off stream a little bit. But I think the problem is like they let that snowball into pushing harder and harder and harder. And so instead of taking one contract, they take 3 or they take 4 and then they lose more. And then before they know it, they're out of it. They lose everything, right? I think it's really important, again, conditioning through repetition, learning to shut it down when it's not your best day. And I think that's really, really important. And so we're going to focus on that now and try to do that. But yeah, you want to check out Top Step, check out the link in the description. What was the Bed Bath & Beyond news? I saw Bed Bath & Beyond pump up earlier. Tesla's not super green today. Tesla's red on the day, isn't it? Yeah, Tesla's really red on the day. You actually got that backwards, Anton. Tesla was really green yesterday and really red today. John, you got any insight into the potential Tesla competitors, Rivian, Mullen, Lucid? I think it's gonna be a hard road up for almost all of those, you know, except for like Neo or something that's already post-production. Any pre-production EV company is going to be a really tough road up. It's going to be really hard for them to succeed. I don't think they have the consumer base that are interested enough in their cars to buy them at the levels that they need. And I think that most of them will fail. You know, I think best case scenario for a lot of them, like Mullen specifically, is like a buyout for their technology. But I don't think they have any chance of succeeding as a standalone automobile company. But maybe I'm wrong. Might be wrong. But yeah, also guys, so check out Top Step. Link is in the description. Also, check out Chart Prime, another one of our sponsors. And again, they are a sponsor. I'm certainly biased in their favor. It's called Chart Prime. It's a trading view indicator service. Hey, my guy, thank you, Kay, for the $1 donation. But yeah, so check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is really cool because what it does is it gives you custom trading view indicators, right? So we're going to go ahead and close that down. But yeah, it gives you custom trading view indicators. And let me show you how. So let me pull up chart. Here's trading view right here. You know, and you can use this in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. Let's look at the SPY today, right? The real edge here is like, look how accurate these bullish engulfing candles are. Like, just look at the price action here and look at how accurate Chart Prime is. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. I can't guarantee anything here, but just look at this for a second. All right. Less than $60 a month if you use my link. But like, look at how accurate this is. Again, possible reversal down here, drop. possible reversal down signal, possible reversal up signal, and a bunch of engulfing candles. Like they show you candlestick momentum, bullish engulfing, reversal up, huge bounce. I should have just followed chart prime today, to be honest. Bullish engulfing candle, huge bounce. Multiple together, bullish engulfing candle, possible reversal up, big bounce here. So chart prime has been almost 100% accurate today in all of the signals that it's given. That's really useful, I think, in my opinion. Very, very useful. It's called Chart Prime. You can use it on stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. I can't guarantee you're going to make money. I'm certainly biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine. But check them out. Honestly, link is in the description. Super useful. Again, very cheap service. And I think it can give you a profound edge in markets. But they are a sponsor. I'm definitely biased. But anyways, love you all. Y'all be safe. Hit the notification bell, hit the subscribe button. I appreciate the love and support. Check out the link in the description if you want to check out Chart Prime. And yeah, I'll see you guys later.